Good evening, folks. We are back. A little longer than I expected, but I had two very angry cats to feed, and once the two of them were done, I had to go and check me I was okay. So we are here. We are ready. It is the final episode of Trials and Tribulations, and indeed the Phoenix Wright trilogy. The bridge to the Turnabout. This one will be a long one. We're gonna have fun with it. Let's go. Oh, it's that damn statue again. Sheshito, the treasured Kurain village heirloom, whose name means seven-branched sword. It is said that the sacred sword represents life itself. Though the branches may appear to be infinite, the choice is limitless. Like our destinies, the sword comes to but one end, one merciless point. When the silver cord, the fragile thread that binds us to this world, is severed, it's the illusion is revealed, and the implacability of fate is finally laid bare. It's the final hold it. Objection! 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 Anyway.
Hey Nick, we'll keep your accent the way it was, right? Hey Nick.
Yeah, what is it?
You know how I got spiritual powers unlike you?
Sure, you're a spirit medium after all. No one left behind in these stories.
Just like you, if I don't keep my powers sharp, they get dull, right?
I guess so, yeah. I'll just turn my lights down by one. There we go. No longer as bright as the sun.
It's me, Mayor Pockets. Glad you agree. Okay, Pearly, you're up.
So, this is why we need to go on a special spiritual hotspot tour, Mr. Nick.
I'm lost. What's this magazine you're shoving in my face?
It's the new issue of Cult Winter Spiritual Location Special.
Oh.
Maximize your spiritual powers in one night of intensive training, Nick. Oh, it sounds too good to be true, doesn't it?
I'll say. Sounds more like a scam to me.
It's a spiritual retreat called, Kura Temple. That's the one, yeah. Now I actually read the word, I get the name. Kura Temple. It's way up in the mountains, so I bet it's nice and cold. You know, just perfect for training. You know, I think I've heard of this temple before. It's, some famous channeling dojo. Hello, Mr. Cat. You want to say hello to everyone out there? No? Away he goes. It's hard for even spirit mediums like us to make reservations up there.
Reservations? For a temple? Are you serious?
Don't worry. I've already made special reservations just for us.
Yeah. And I signed up for the special course, yeah.
That's nice, and the timing couldn't be better. Since we don't have a case right now anyway.
Alrighty then, it's settled. Well, come on, don't just stand there, Nick. Get packing your stuff.
Yes, Mr. Nick. You'd better start packing your stuff.
Me? Why do I have to go?
Well, we have to be accompanied by someone over 20.
Yeah, I don't have to do with spiritual powers. The only thing I can channel is a TV. So, is there a heated pool at this Kura Temple?
No, but you can stand under a freezing waterfall.
Sorry, but I think I'll pass. I hate cold places.
What? No way, Nick. How can you be so selfish?
Come on, Mr. Nick, look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful?
Nope, not going. I'm gonna be nice and toast. Thank you, Luther. Be nice and toasty at home. What the? Let me just move all this stuff so the cat's not gonna knock even more stuff off while I attempt to do anything else. You've knocked over my pile of change, cat. How have you managed that? There we go. What the?
What is it, Mr. Nick?
Let me see that magazine. This nun. That looks like Dahlia Hawthorne.
Is she a friend of yours or something, Nick?
It's... Oh, voice suggestion for Dahlia? Anyone has one? How silly are we gonna get when we start this? Voice suggestion for Dahlia. Dahlia.
As high as I can go. Okay. I really hope she doesn't talk much, because this is really painful.
It's really painful to talk like that.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to tell you the love of be here in your horrible presence.
She's getting a lisp as well, because I really can't maintain that pitch. Oh, God.
Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? You disgust me.
But it can't be.
She was found guilty and should still be in prison.
Mr. Nick.
I'll go.
Huh?
Kura Temple. I said I'll go.
Yay, ain't it great, Burley?
Yes, oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nick. You'll do anything for Mystic Mayor, right? Even walk across the burning coals.
Right. Now we're just on the Iron Road. There's no way she could possibly be at that temple.
But I had to see for myself.
Jet ski. Kura Temple main gate.
It's quite cold, Nick.
Maybe you should put on something warmer for a change.
Well, it's supposed to be cold training, Nick. Achoo.
Wow, Mystic Mayor. So this is the famous Kura Temple. Eventually I'll say that word once and not get it wrong.
Burley, achoo.
Well. Oh. Voice suggestion. For, a nun? So yeah, voice suggestion from chat. Oh dear. Wonder what nonsense we'll get for a nun. Okay. She's Ouija.
Alright, okay. Well, how nice to see you here. Welcome to our temple. Oh, thank you. Joe. Oh, my, thank you for coming all this way. Come now. You must have been cold.
What's with the past tense? We're freezing into human popsicles.
Well, we are high up in the mountains after all. In any case, we shouldn't speak here. Follow me inside, please. Thank you. I was starting to... Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm the head and none here at the temple. My name's Bikini.
Of course it fucking is.
Bikini? That's right, hi. Actually, that's my temple name. What do you think? Got an XP ring to it, innit? It's tradition to have one, and I've always something with a nice image to it. So I went with Bikini, because... I don't fucking know. So I thought, why not choose a bikini? Besides, it makes me seem younger. Because nobody says, look at that old bikini. No, they're not that polite. Oh. It certainly does. Yeah, I signed up for your special course. It's me, Big Genie, but everyone calls me Bikini.
Why is that?
You don't want to know. Or maybe you do. Well, my, quite brave if you consider how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one of those who... You become one with those you channel. Wahaha. Ho ho ho. Hee hee. Tee hee.
Reckless?
Wahaha.
Maybe you should take it easy tonight, Mystic Mayor. We can come back another day.
But, you went through all that trouble of, I can't read the rest because, Bikini's cut in. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You've all come all this way, so, please come enjoy yourself. There's still time before supper, so why don't you have a wee look around? Channeling Dojo.
I don't think I did. No, I didn't because I was going to and I completely forgot. I'll do it now. That's fine. I will take mine. I'm not going to count them as a dose. I will remember to take them later. I am still on Discord. That's a good point. I will just close that because there's no point in me being on Discord on my own. Right. Let's go to the game back up. So, right. 2 seconds stream. So I just take my meds. When I can find them. Because everyone loves a nice short glass of tramadol while trying to think about nuns. Except for Zeb, yeah. Zeb hated tramadol. Right, so let's quickly shit these pills. We're done. Right. Channeling Dojo. So what's a channeling dojo anyway?
My, you don't even know that. Forgive him, sister. Well, you can just call me Bikini and forget the sister part. A channeling dojo is basically a spiritual power training ground. We have our special holy items prepared here to help people boost their spiritual power.
1 second, just need to check something so I know. Oh well. That's it, sorry. There we go. Holy items?
You train an entire evening surrounded by these items. It's quite mysterious.
My hair's caught and stuff. There we go.
The spiritual power of these items seems to envelop you. Know what I mean? It's like, you know, putting buckfast above a candle and just enjoying the aroma. So what exactly is the special course? You must be incredibly devoted to be interested in that at such a young age. It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant a spell. Yeah, cold arse, but it's worth it. 300,000 times, all while being showered in freezing cold spirit water. Oh, it's a classy time. Huh. It's February now, right? So you'll have to be careful this time of year. If you don't watch it, you'll catch pneumonia, one of them, hypothermia. Aye, one of them. So be careful here. Nick, how am I supposed to be careful?
Oh no, I knew I shouldn't have signed Mystic Mayor up for this.
Sister, about this picture.
Well, look at that. I must say I look rather divine, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, unforgettable in every way.
You mean it? Oh, I knew it. Makeup was pretty tough, but Iris helped me out. Iris? Aye, the cute girl in the photo. Looks just like me, doesn't she? There's a small temple here, so she and I are on the entire place. Really? That sounds kinda...
Sorry to cut in, but... This Iris, where is she right now?
Oh, listen to you. You haven't come all this way up to find a girlfriend, have you?
Just channeling the intense stare of an old woman. I'll do. No, that's not what I had in mind at all.
Anyway, Iris is in the inner temple, preparing for the evening. Inner temple? Aye, that's right. Iris will be back this evening. Why don't you go and have a look at the main hall for now?
Right, well... Let's re-look around. Snowmobile.
Oh look, it's one of them snow motorcycle things.
That's what we'll call them, a snowmobile, you know.
Snow motorcycle things, snowblomobile, same thing. Too bad we didn't invite Desiree. Bet she could race like the wind on this snowmobile. Or maybe she'd give me a ride on this blow snowmobile.
Ah, I told you it's snowmobile. I'm confused now. I must have read one of them out of character. What's this?
What do you think, Nick? Pretty awesome gate, huh?
It sure is. It looks pretty well maintained too. This kind of thing puts your hometown to shame, Mayor.
Yeah, well, a lot of things have happened in Kura Village. We used to be a lot richer back when people hired us to perform channelings.
Oh, I see. But now the place looks a bit run down.
Yeah, I guess I was just born at the wrong time.
Alright, well...
That looks like the main hall where we'll be staying tonight. From here it looks like one of them ice hotels you're always hearing about.
You gotta have a heater on somewhere, don't they? I don't want to die.
I'm not worried, I brought my hot water bottle.
Did you bring one for me?
What are you talking about, Nick? Who carries around 2 hot water bottles? What kind of madness would that be?
Well, I've looked at everything there. Let's go... Ooh. No, let's go to the main hall. I honestly did not think that was a statue of Flubber for the first time. Not at all.
the main hall. It's even colder in here, Nick.
Ah, Mr. Nick, do you smell that? It smells like meat and gravy.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it's pot roast for tonight, though, yum? As long as it's not dog food.
Yeah, I always thought they'd serve something a little more, well, traditional.
What are you talking about, Nick? You think monks and nuns just sit around eating rice gruel all the time?
Mystic Mayor's right. I hope there's mashed potatoes. I love mashed potatoes.
I think this is another person, so let me just spin on by saying, ha ha ha, what a cute little acolyte. Alright, another voice. I will wait for a voice suggestion. I'll just quickly check my blood while I'm waiting. Yes, it's not too bad. Could be a bit better, but it's not too bad. Kermit. Okay, I will try and do Kermit. I hope Kermit the Frog here. I will do my best. Greetings to all of you. Oh, hello?
Your outfit, did you come here for the special course too?
Unfortunately, no. I realized I'm turning into the bear. Oh no, alright, I need to stop being the bear and try and be Kermit again. What is the difference between Kermit and the bear? Well, we might have to bridge that later and just have to do the bear voice, because I can fall into the bear voice a lot easier. Unfortunately, no. Actually, I'm,
You're Miss Elise. Something, a name I can't pronounce.
Yes, that's right. You know of me.
My name is Pearl Fay. I'm your biggest fan.
Who is she, Nick?
I see. Dunham. Okay, we'll go with Dunham. I see now. Zavari, a fortune teller.
I've got all your books, Miss Dunham.
Yeah, Dunham sounds right.
What a sweet thing to say, and please call me Elise.
Books?
Mr. Nick, don't you know anything? Don't you even know who this is?
Well, an author maybe?
Yep, I'm an illustrator of picture books.
Picture books, huh? Oh, now I get it.
I'm sorry I didn't know who you are. I don't get a lot of chances to really enjoy picture books.
It's alright, I take no offense to that. My books are nothing but simple stories for children.
And really beautiful pictures too, Miss Elise. Your books always make me feel as if my heart has been purified. Hopefully in a more sort of biblical sense rather than the actual physical liquidate the heart sense. But let's carry on.
It makes me feel very happy to hear you say that.
Miss Elise won an award last year for her book The Magic Bottle.
That's right, a friend of mine secretly submitted a story I had written to a publisher. They liked it so much, they asked if it was alright to make it into a book.
Wow, that must have been a really great story.
Maybe I should try and write a children's book too, Nick. If I do, you can secretly send it to a publisher for me.
Recently, I've accepted a sort of apprentice, you might say.
An apprentice?
He calls himself Loris. Loris Dunham. Loris Dunham. I believe he's off doing some landscape sketches right now. On Loris's behalf as well, I'd like to thank you for your support.
Of course, Miss Elise. Anything for you. Why did you come to us? One time I will read that word and not freeze up when I try and say it. At the Kura Temple, Miss Elise. Are you here to do some spiritual training? Ah! I don't know why I sound like a crow, but I do now. Ah!
No, that's not it. I'm actually here to gather materials for a new book I'm working on.
Wow, I can't wait to read it.
I wanted to do a book with a more Japanese feel to it this time.
So this is why you're dressed like you are?
The children have a certain image of me in their mind. I don't want to disappoint them.
Wow, Miss Elise, you're dressed up like a mountain nun.
Yep, the good people here were kind enough to let me borrow this. I'm wearing training clothes under my robe as well.
Nick, I want a staff like that.
You like the crystal sphere? It's a real amethyst, you know.
Maybe we'll find one like it up in the mountain. Good luck, Nick. I know you'll find me one.
Maybe I read that the wrong line. Never mind.
Well, you'll have to excuse me now. I have to go help with the dinner preparations.
Oh, you mean you're cooking dinner tonight?
That's right. Would you like to help too, Pearl?
Oh, yes, I want to help wherever I can.
Oh, I'll help too then.
No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. Feel free to relax and explore the area with your friend.
Huh? But,
Oh, yeah. Please take this. I, might be a help to you.
Map of the area. Oh.
It's a map of the area. We wouldn't want you to get lost now, would we?
Well, if you insist, I guess we'll take this chance to go check out the other temple.
Okay, I'll see you two later then. Remember, you're not allowed to fight.
come on, Nick. Let's go. At least we'll stay warm if we keep moving.
Let's just have a quick look here. So there's an altar. It looks like a bit old, but someone does a good job taking care of it. Speaking of altars, I remember seeing one like this in Korean Village last year. Guess they really do have something to do with spiritual powers after all. The straws, the batten cushions arranged around a hibachi brazier. I haven't seen a layout like this since I saw a really old Japanese movie on TV. If it wasn't for the hibachi, they'd probably freeze to death. Oh well. Alright, well I guess nothing here really, so we'll move to the main gate again. Oh, something's happening.
Huh? Where'd Sister Bikini go?
I guess she went to the inner temple to go help that other nun out.
Oh, right. I think her name's Iris, right?
Yeah, that was it. Guess we're going to the suspension bridge. Heavenly Hall. Dusky Bridge.
Wow, look at this broken down bridge, Nick.
Yeah, look at that big canyon below us.
Hey, there's a river down there. It looks like it's flowing real fast. What's wrong, Nick? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
I'm just not very good with heights.
Oh, hey, I got it. Maybe you should face your fear and try hurling yourself off the edge. You know, 1, 2, 3, jump, yeah. Might just be what you need to get over your fear of heights.
Yeah, death is a real good way to overcome phobias, alright. Anyway, it sure looks like a rickety bridge.
Can't argue there. That's probably why it's called Dusty Bridge.
Read it again, Maya. It says Dusky Bridge.
Well, it's practically the same thing. You know, I don't think Maya can actually read, but let's just carry on again. Anyway, the inner temple's just ahead, right? So let's go check it out.
Why isn't there another way across? Well, let's examine the phone.
I can't believe there's a public phone here. Who would ever use it?
People who live here, I guess. I doubt they have any real phones here.
Yeah, but it took 20 minutes to walk here from the main hall. It'd been smarter of them to build the main hall here, don't you think?
Maybe you should work on channeling someone with makes logical sense, Mayor. Some letters are engraved into the roughly cut boulder.
D-U-S-T-Y bridge, huh? You surprised, Nick? I can spell bridge right.
It says Dusky. Dusky Bridge, okay?
Come on, Nick. Take a look at that bridge and tell me it's not supposed to be dusty. The sign is obviously wrong and I'm gonna fix it. Give me a pencil, Nick.
Do I look like a pencil holder to you? Also, how are you going to fix an engraved letter with a pencil? It's probably asking too much again. It's a narrow path going out a different direction than that of the main hall.
The sign here is so old, the text seems to have vanished. It really hasn't, because you can see it right there.
The path leads down a wooden staircase and goes down to the bottom of the canyon.
Okay, I'll write wooden staircase on it then.
Do you really think it's necessary? You have to be blind not to see the stairs.
Well, it can't hurt. Just pass me a pencil, okay?
Graffiti is a crime, Mayor. Oh, I guess nothing else is happening.
Come on, Nick. Why don't we hop across the bridge? It'll be fun.
I'm not sure. It looks like a bunny hopping across the bridge would destroy it.
Okay, Nick. Then let's try to find a cute, fluffy little bunny and test your theory.
Oh, hang on. There's footprints here. Can we look at them? No, we can't. Oh, we can't look at them. Alright, well, let's go to the Inner Temple Gate. February 7th, Inner Temple Gate.
Whoa. That bridge was shaking like a jello in an earthquake. And at least half the wood that rickety bridge was rotten, I bet. Not to mention the last part only had like one board left on it. What's wrong with you? Your face is all green.
Can you not pick on me for a second? I'm still trying to get over the shock that we made it safely across that death trap.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bit surprised too. Yikes, that temple's in bad shape. It looks like it could collapse at any time.
I guess people don't use it too often. Is this really where you're going to train tonight?
It has to be it. Kinda creepy around here, you know, like a ghost might jump out of here or something.
Let's look around. What's that?
Hey, it's a half-open gate. That's practically a welcome mat.
Yeah, except the sign on here says no entry.
Nick. Rules are made to be broken, you know?
You expect a lawyer to go along with that?
Oh, come on. You're such an old lady sometimes. Let's just go.
Don't blame it on me when Sister Bikini puts a curse on you.
Now you gotta be scared. Let's just forget about it, okay?
What is this?
Oh, wow. Look at these neat Buddha statues. Maybe I'll take one home with me.
Maya?
But there are so many, they wouldn't notice if I took just one.
Are you kidding? Of course they'll notice. What are you going to do with one of them anyway?
Put it in the office, of course. We can trade that wooden statue in the office reception area with one of these.
What's that?
Hey, there's a giant robot buried in the snow.
Well, there's something buried in the snow, but I think it's an incinerator.
Oh, you gotta admit it looks quite like a robot.
Sure. I don't think it gets used much. It looks pretty rusty.
Hey Nick, do you think this giant robo incinerator can walk?
I told you, it's not a robot. And it's not It's especially not especially big either.
Bah, you have no imagination. I thought it'd be real neat if you had to beat it to advance.
I don't care how much you pay me. I don't want to cross that bridge again.
No worries, Nick. No one's offering you any money.
Because no reasonable person would call that pile of popsicle sticks a bridge. The latter half of it was nothing more than a few planks of wood and some string.
Hey, if we want to get back, we got no choice but to cross it again, you know?
Maybe I'll just stay. I've always dreamed of living in a little shack in the woods.
Wow, you really are scared, aren't you?
Alright, well...
Looks like there's something written on it. I can't read it, but if I had to take a good guess, guess it says in a temple. What's the point of a sign you can't read? Must be tough for the mailman when he's delivering here.
It's not back there. Right, well, I guess we're going inside. Let's go to the training hall. Which looks, oh well, okay. Man, look at this place. Just a tiny, freezing cold room. So this is where you'll both be training, huh?
Huh? What do you mean, both? I'm the only one.
Really? But I thought,
Pearlie's just a little kid. She couldn't handle this kind of intense training. Anyway, the real training room must be behind that door over there.
Yep, definitely getting the feeling it's back there. Oh, sorry.
Huh. Yeah, definitely getting the feeling it's back there.
Now, are we doing the high-pitched voice for this one? Or are we assuming it's not her, and we have a different character, and when she reveals herself, she goes into the high-pitched voice? That's the question. So, because I don't really want to talk in the high-pitched voice much for this bit, where she's actually going to be talking. Give me a voice suggestion. Something that will properly shatter if she goes into high-pitched silliness. Alright, top my juice up. Any voice suggestions at all? Where'd he go? I don't need pockets then.
That's the problem. But that would really shatter if you go into
Posh, okay. Posh. Okay, posh would probably be talking slow and over-pronouncing. Okay, we'll go with that. Excuse me, but who are you? Ah. You're...
Hi there. We're just looking around. We're gonna be staying here tonight. Is there something wrong?
No, it's nothing.
I wonder why she's spaced out like that, don't you, Nick?
Did you say something, Maya?
Not you too, Nick.
My name is Iris. I'm one of the nuns here in this temple.
I'm Mayor Fay. It's a pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure's mine. Oh, please excuse me. I have some chores to attend to.
She Sure is beautiful, Nick. A bit spacey, I guess.
Yes, there should be 4 bean. No, there's 2 bean. Sorry, there's 2 bean bags, 2 sausage rolls. I think maybe there's 4 bean bags.
You're right.
Ah, okay.
Guess she's not used to talking to urban sophisticates like us. Nick, you're spacing out on me, Nick. Nick. Ha!
What is it? Why did you scream like that?
This scroll, it's my mother.
What?
It's Misty Fey, the master of Kura School of Channeling.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that crest at the top of the scroll, that's a special mark of the master of our tradition. I'm sure he does.
What is it?
Nothing. It's just that I last saw her 15 years ago. If it wasn't for that crest, I wouldn't even know it was her. My own mother. And I can't even recognize her face.
Yeah? Hanging face ring, Misty Fey, Maya's mother. It's not that old. The crest at the top is the official mark of the master. Okay. Wonder if this temple has sort of connection to the Fey family.
I think it does, actually. Supposedly, it was founded by a branch family member of the Kura School.
I'll have to ask Bikini for more details when I get the chance.
The actual training area must be on the other side of this door. I wonder what it's like. Phooey, it's locked. Come on, Nick. You know what you want. You know you want to open it for me, Nick. Come on.
I can't.
You've been kind of in a bad mood today, haven't you, Nick? Safari, I know what it is. I-R-I-S. Iris? Yeah, Iris. Aha. Iris and Nick sitting in that tree in the cold. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. That's it. Yeah. Sorry, I'm adding a bit too much character to this. I'll back it off. Look at this antique dresser. I wonder if there's anything valuable inside. Let's have a look. There's nothing here, just a bunch of clothes. Hey, Nick,
Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking.
How about Iris, I bet? Looks like you've been bitten by the love bug, Nick.
It's that thing there. Well, we can't look at it anyway. Well, there's nothing else we can do in here. So I guess then we are going back to the inner circle one. Let's have a quick look, see if there's anything else we can look at out here. I don't think there is.
Inner circle doesn't mean we have to see this.
Yes.
So that's the inner temple up ahead, huh?
Looks kind of run down.
Well, it wouldn't be very temple-like if it was all bright and shiny.
So you're training here tonight, huh?
Yep. Everyone will see my spiritual powers.
I hope it's stomach. I hope it's stomach. Sounds like your stomach wants to show off its digestive powers instead.
I wonder if that roast is ready yet.
Oh wait, we can still slide. So let's have a quick...
It looks like this bridge is suspended by 4 of these wires.
There They're really thin. Shouldn't they be just a little thicker?
Oh, stop it. You're such a worrywart, Nick. The bridge were really gonna collapse. It'd have done it by now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the boards would break before these wires ever did anyway. What's wrong? You're turning into an overripe avocado again.
I don't think there's anything else we can do. No. So let's just move back across the suspension bridge.
Avocado look like?
It looks, I don't know.
I'm not a fan of avocados. I have no fucking clue.
I have no idea. So we'll just keep it in character.
Well, we made it across Dusty Bridge. Nick, I know I've said it several times, but you look really green. Are you feeling alright? Hey, what's wrong with you? Ever since we met Sister Iris at the training hall, you've been really quiet.
Huh? Oh, sorry. Hey, you, way up.
You think he's yelling at us?
He must be. There's no one else around.
Would you mind moving? You're standing right in my way.
Oh, fuck, it's him. Oh, well, voice suggestion for him, please. Remember, he's the pervy ex-friend. Or the pervy ex-best friend.
If there's no voice suggestion, I'd go for Just because.
You want me to do take voice? Okay. Maybe I will. See what chat says first.
If there's no face.
We have a timer. We have a timer. All right. Well, while I wait for chat. Take. Oh fuck. Okay. Okay. Let me work up to take. Oh, Mr. Igneous, sir. So it's that. So
Igneous is more like this type, right? This is Igneous. Right, so Tyke's like this. Please take your last out. Right, okay, so
Tyke's a lot like this then. Well, you know, it's the closest I'm gonna get. Alright, okay, well, we'll try and do Tyke, Mr. Igneous, sir. Okay. Huh?
Hey, I know you. You're, what's his face? Yeah.
Sorry, gotta run. See ya.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah. Nice to meet you. I'm Lawrence Stoneham. I'm gonna be a hero.
Liar, you're Larry. Clothes may change, but you're still the butts.
Shut up. Gonna be a hero. I'm Loris. Lorice. Yeah, that'll do. I'm just here to do a sketch of Dusky Bridge.
So, it really is a Larry, not that he's, pretending to be someone else.
So what are you doing? So what are you doing with the last name Stoneham?
Well, I just want to start over again. I want to be a hero with a clean slate.
A clean slate?
You remember, don't you? Last time, when Mr. Igneous took me out, trying to be a hero.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Here you go.
But after that, I started to realize my voice is changing again because I can't keep this accent complete. I started to realize that this guy I don't know is this guy known as Larry Butts. Didn't like this guy I know as Larry Butts. That's when I came across the Book of Destiny.
Yeah, Book of Destiny? Do you mean,
The Magic Bottle by Miss Elise Dunham. I used to like picture books as a kid. It's so beautiful, so moving, so gentle. My heart felt cleansed. I was saved. Mr. Igneous, sir.
See, I can't get the pitch right for it, but I will keep trying.
Wow, Larry would make a great book salesman. Now I really want to get that book too.
She's the most beautiful person I ever met, Mr. Igneous. I hope to marry her one day and we can make picture books together. I'd follow her anyway.
Well, she certainly is a very elegant lady.
You see, here's a photo I took of her in secret.
I don't want to see the photo you took of her in secret. Really don't. That's slightly better than I was expecting.
Wow, that's a beautiful photo.
Want a copy, don't you? It's okay. I just happened to make extra prints. I'm coming across really sketchy again.
Still, it's kind of hard to imagine you as a picture book illustrator. So tell the truth, you must have some kind of ulterior motive, right?
What are you talking about? I don't trust anyone anymore, especially not women.
Talk about a bad case of denial.
Anyway, can you read?
Oh, anyway, can you even draw well enough to make a picture book?
Oh, it isn't about technical skill, you know. It's about having a pure heart.
That's why I'm asking. Can you draw well enough to make a whole book?
Now that you mention it, I wonder.
It looks like you still have some doubt in your heart.
It's true, I do. But when I first saw her, I felt it. Something inside me ended and something else began.
Christ.
Oh, Larry. Sounds like you've fallen in love with Miss Elise Dunham.
No, you're wrong. It's not her. It's the other girl.
Other girl? Uh-oh. Let's present her profile and see if he's got anything to say about it.
Oh yeah, her. My little Iris.
Oh god, he's doing it again.
She's really pretty, huh?
That girl, she's perfect. She's exactly my type. I wonder if she would model for me. I want to draw a portrait of her.
Oh god.
Yeah, you always liked them model types, didn't you, Larry? Hey, wait a second. Did you say you were swearing off women?
Huh? Yeah, that's right. Of course I have. I have, basically, but
But?
Iris is different. I feel like I still have one chance left at the dream.
Everyone?
Hey, Pearly.
Dinner preparations are complete. Please come quickly to the main hall.
Alright, can't wait to dig in, Pearly.
I'm going to go out to the inner temple and call Sister Iris. I also want to have a look at where Mystic Maya is going to be for training.
Oh, my neck is fecked. February 7th, 7:14 p.m. That's a Kura main hall.
Boy, am I stuffed.
Are you sure it's alright to eat that much before your training?
Well, this kind of training's a battle of endurance.
Mystic Maya, please don't do anything that might put your health at risk.
No pain, no gain, I guess, yeah.
I'm still worried about you.
Well, let's not dilly-dally, shilly-shally. You must be ready for tonight.
Oh god, her accent was, what was she? I forgot what she was.
Oh, fuck. My memory's terrible.
She was... Oh yeah, she was the bear, thank you.
Well, good luck, man.
Alright, here I go. I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess. Hey, please ring the bell at 10 for lights out, alright?
And she, because she was creepy, was posh. Yes.
Yes, Sister Bikini.
And then after you ring the bell away to come join us at the training hall.
I understand, Sister Bikini.
Me and Bikini really seem excited about this training thing tonight.
Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do tonight?
Well,
If you like, you can come to my room. I hope that's, yeah, let's pretend that I don't have any problem with that. Let's just move on. Plus we can read some books together.
really, I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading, but you do make picture books, so it's fine.
Well, would you like to practice reading with me?
I'd love to.
So, Larry, what are you going to do?
Me? Well, I'm just gonna hang out in my room. I can't stand the cold at all.
Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this?
The bear.
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word.
Oh, okay, what about this word?
That's another tough one. It says roast.
Well, I'm going to go wash all the dishes and help clean up. I'll visit you when I'm done, Miss Elise.
Well, not much to do except head to my room and huddle under the covers, I guess. February 7th, 9:12 p.m. Has a Kura Temple main hall. It's a whole different type of cold up here in the mountains. Why couldn't the nearest bathroom just be a little closer to my room? Mr. Wright?
Yeah?
Oh, hi, Mr. Dunham. Are you going to use the bathroom too?
No. But, have you seen Pearl?
No. What's this after dinner? I thought she said she was going to go to your room.
I know, but, she never showed up. I'm gonna go, look for her. Excuse me.
But the really mysterious one is...
Oh,
Ah, Sister Iris.
good evening. Are you on your way to the bathroom too, Mr. Wright?
Your Sister Iris, right?
Yes.
So, when did you come to Hazakura Temple?
I don't remember. Ever since I was a small child, the temple has been my home.
So you've never left?
Well, I don't have any family left to take care of me. Sister Bikini, I've come to think of her as my real mother, as it were.
Ah, I see. But you didn't go to college? Or maybe enroll in the Ivy University Literature Department?
No, I've never had an interest in going to a big university like that. My training is all the education I need.
I see.
But, once in a while, when I get the chance, I make a trip to the nearby town. I can use a computer and a cell phone, too. Please don't stare at me like that.
What kind of place is this anyway? I heard it's for training to increase your spiritual power or something like that.
You must seem awfully crazy to know people like you.
Well, I do have to admit, it's a whole different world up here.
I'm glad you say it I'm glad to hear you say that.
Huh?
Talking with dead people. Who does it help anyway?
Sure, somewhere there's a chant of war of the... Yeah, I'll think of that one later.
I hate it.
Really?
Ah,
Something wrong?
I
I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go and ring the bell for lights out. Mr. Wright? Yes? If it's all right with you, I would like you to have this. Why? But this is your hood. It has the power to protect you from evil spirits. I pray for your safety on this dark, cold night. I'm sorry, but I must bid you good night. Wait a minute, Sister Iris. Yes? Just now you called me by my name. You said Mr. Wright. How do you know my name? I never introduced myself to you. That's... Sister Iris, please, tell me the truth. You and I, have we met before? Iris. Oh, it's almost 10 o'clock. Perhaps we can speak again tomorrow. Gong, gong, gong. .1106 has a Kura Temple courtyard. That scream, I'm sure it came from around here. Ah! Somebody's there on the ground. Miss Stoneham. Swish. I just stepped on something soft.
Hey, don't step my tummy like that.
What are you doing lying in the snow?
I was passed out, what do you think?
That blood curdling scream was you?
Forget about that. I didn't call the police.
There is a phone in the main hall.
No, but we still get reception up here in the mountains. You must have a cell phone on you, right?
I didn't bring it with me.
Oh, you're useless. I mean, even Iris had a cell phone. But no choice. We have to use the public phone by the Dusky Bridge. Hurry. Run as fast as you can.
Yes, man.
Don't hurry, Iris will.
Huff. Ah. Dusky Bridge, it's burning down! What a shame. What are you doing here? What is it? Is it me?
Don't scare me like that, Larry. Almost had a heart attack.
My name isn't Larry, it's Lawrence. Loris. It's not Lawrence, it's Loris.
Larry, hurry up and phone the police. I'm going near the temple.
Don't be stupid. The bridge is nothing but a burning wreck right now.
Listen to me, there's been a murder. Here. At Hazakura Temple.
What?
The murderer might have fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya is safe. Please, call the police. I've got to go. Get out of my way, Larry.
It's too dangerous, Nick. Wait. Right. See if it just goes to the end now. I'm gonna laugh. To me thinking it was gonna be a really long one.
To be continued.
Part 1 down. Let's get on to part 2. Oh, we're back to the question marks. That's a really high-pitched swing. Oh, Edgeworth.
Right, Edgeworth, yes, Edgeworth. Yes, Edgeworth speaking.
Reggie, get up. It's an emergency. I want to be a hero.
Huh? Larry? You know what time it is?
It's not Larry. It's Loris. Loris Dunham. Wait, don't hang up. It's no emergency. It's Nick. He took a really nasty spill.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, so,
I'm not joking. His life is in danger.
what? What happened? Tell me.
Talk about a guy with bad luck. He may already be dead. Anyway, you've got to come back. You're the only one who can help. My Iris, my beautiful Iris, she needs help.
Alright. I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can.
I'm at the detention center. Please, hurry!
Did you say this as he left the country? February 8th, 2:19 p.m. Detention Center Visitors Room.
Too late, Eddie. What took so long?
I want to hear it. I charged the private jet to come as quickly as I could.
Well, you should have charged the faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something happened to Miss Elsie. And Nick is Mayor's Ice's bikini. That... What? Say something, Edgy.
Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. Mother victim was the picture book author, Miss Elise Denham. She was found by Wright and they had none. The suspect is the tempered younger man. A letter while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke when he fell into the river. The hospital says he will need at least 2 days of bed rest.
Yes, that's right. You got it. But they arrested her, my sweet little Iris.
However, I still don't understand what these 2 items are for.
What are you talking about? The things Wright gave...
No, but the things Wright gave me when I was leaving the room. This is the first. He said some nonsense about being able to see into people's hearts beats. He could not possibly be asking what I think he is, could he?
I'm begging you. Iris's trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out of the picture. All I've got left. You all I've got left. You're the only one who can represent her.
What did you just say?
You know, represent, defend. What were you expecting? Why do you think I called you anyway?
I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor. Do you understand what I'm saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer who,
Don't talk to me like a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell.
but I
mean, I had paper badges. No problem fooling an entire court before. Please, Edgy. At least listen to her. Just listen to Iris' side of the story.
Thank you for coming. My name's Iris.
Edgeworth, Miles Edgeworth.
I
don't know if I can be any help, but I will at least hear what you have to say about the murder.
Mr. Wright, how is he?
Mr.
Oh?
Mr. Loris said that he might even die.
Fortunately, he will be fine. He was just badly bruised when he hit the water, but he's otherwise unharmed.
Thank goodness.
But he caught some kind of nasty cold.
A cold?
He's running a high fever and drifting in and out of consciousness.
This woman, I feel like I've met her before. This music is very strange. It shouldn't do. The music's been quite good so far for not being copyrighted, but we'll find out.
Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something, if you don't mind. I have the distinct feeling you and I have met before.
It must be your imagination, Mr. Edward. After all, I hardly ever hear Haka. But then again, I can't talk about Kura Temple.
Kura Temple? What's that?
It's a place where those who wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power.
Spiritual power? Did you go to that temple for that reason as well?
No, I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them.
In that case, what are you doing at the temple then?
I committed some sins. Sins that I need to pay for. That's why I'm here, why I continue to train, to purify my soul.
I want to ask you about last night, the night of the crime.
Alright. I helped to clean up after dinner, then I went back to my room around 8. Later I left my room to ring the lights out bell around 10.
Bell?
We ring at the same time each night.
I see. And then?
And then I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there.
Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to?
I was frightened. So I just stayed in my room and meditated till the murder happened.
You were asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder.
Yes.
However, you didn't go because you said you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? What in the world?
Something wrong.
I'm sorry, it's nothing. So do you have any idea what really occurred last night?
I think this is a result of the tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed.
Spiritual power?
Yes, spiritual training has been the cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example.
Sorry, need to yawn there.
Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science, I don't believe in spiritual power.
Yes, I understand. Most people don't.
And I am certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please, answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Ellis Dunham?
No. I'm not the one who took her life.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
It would appear that that's about all you can tell me.
Thank you very much for listening to my story.
I visited Wright at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you.
Me?
Yes, at the trial tomorrow. He asked me to defend you.
Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth. Then I will gladly entrust my fate to your capable hands.
But before that, I have one question.
Yes?
Do you know Wright?
Why would you ask that?
Whenever you came up in the conversation, you would begin to act a little strange.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you?
He's a very dear and indispensable friend.
It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him.
You deceived him?
I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it was best he never saw me again. I wanted him just to forget about me without learning the truth.
Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he will ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it is not too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth. Even though you can't leave this prison, sir. I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition.
All right, Mr. Edgeworth, I promise.
Very well. I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal.
Right. Okay, well. Guess we're going to the bridge. February 8, Dusky Bridge. Get some more fire in my throat. Oh, wow, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, great. I have to do this voice and then that voice. It's going to be very, very boring for people listening. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. It's been about a year, or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective.
You know what? I'm gonna just swap to my normal voice first because I get the feeling he's just doing. I'm gonna beat him this case, so I'm just gonna do my normal voice for him for this, and I'll do the normal his voice for him. Doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up there.
Oh, ouch. That's that sharp left jab. Happy to see you too. Well, I'm happy to see you anyway, Mr. Edgeworth.
Let me guess. You were just transferred by HR to the local precinct. A wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard.
I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. Everybody was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir. I'm supposed to report the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyway, here I am, Detective Dick Gumshoe, reporting for duty.
Great. Thank you, Detective.
I thought Prosecutor Gobbo was going to get here before me. The guy's a real mystery, I tell you.
I just got back into the country, so I really don't know much about this case.
Simple.
Well, simple as simple does, as they say.
Oh, you have no idea how much I missed your biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There's a witness and saw the whole thing.
A witness?
Yeah, that bikini lady.
Bikini lady? Here? A freezing cold mountain?
Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want to keep the details, sir.
So this is the bridge that Wright fell through?
Yep, I can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross. Is how it goes right or was it leap?
And is there something on the other side?
Yeah, some old building that they call the Inner Temple. You can't get over the rocky bridge, sir.
What?
Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. But someone was at the Inner Temple doing some training and now they're stuck there.
Yes, I heard that from Wright. It's Maya Fey.
Oh no, not her again. Anyway, the air's really turbulent right now, so we can't do an area extraction. No one's going to be able to reach the temple until tomorrow, sir.
How did this bridge burn down anyway?
We're almost 100% sure it was lightning.
Lightning? Who is this Prosecutor Godo? I've never heard of him. But you're the one that recommended him. In the previous episode.
Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up right after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but no one can say he's a bad word about the guy.
What kind of man is he?
He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good.
Is he the lead prosecutor on this case?
You bet he is. After all, you know who is right in the middle of it.
You know who?
Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Godo has really got it in for Mr. Wright.
Oh?
Yeah, he seems to have some kind of grudge.
What would be the cause of this grudge?
I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something.
You're telling me the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning?
Yep, last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. A little unusual for the lightning to occur during a snowfall like that. But according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck.
I see. It's a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. Even as the exact time the lightning struck the bridge.
Oh, we got that information from the witness's testimony.
Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge? Who is this witness?
Sorry, I'm going to ask one of the local cops later, sir.
1 second, I just need to... Blood feels a little weird, so I'm just gonna... Show him the picture as you do anything.
There's a lot we don't know about these people. We don't know her real name, her background. We don't know anything really.
That's rather odd. She's trying to hide her identity. Why would she become an author?
I bet it was one of those things, you know. She probably never expected to get so popular.
Detective one, that's your stuff. Yes. Let's look at profiles. Must we go to him? I usually hear about promising young prosecutor candidates while they're still in school. I've never seen or heard of this person.
I got to admit, he's puzzling, alright. Appeared one day, big mug of steaming coffee in his hand.
Sounds like an interesting man.
Yeah, the whole prosecutor's office is really double espresso, man.
Really into double espresso machachos? Machachos, okay, we'll go with that. Slightly. Macchiatos, thank you. Well, I can't read. I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before. She wasn't from a prior case, was she?
No, can't be. They did a bit search on her fingerprints and came up with nothing.
I see.
Well, everyone knows you're quite popular with the ladies, sir. Maybe she's an old girlfriend that you sent to Dumpsville when you were younger.
Detective, where did you hear such nonsense from?
I didn't hear it from anyone. It's the sort of how I imagined you to be, sir.
How many? Just this, that, and that.
He's supposed to be Miss Elise Dunham's apprentice or something.
I see.
Yeah, he drew a nice portrait of me.
That's nice.
He made me pay 50 cents for it.
I'm sorry about that.
You don't seem very interested in him, Mr. Edgeworth.
I really don't want to talk about him, that's why.
Whenever something happens, this guy always shows up like he hasn't got the care. In fact, you know what? Every time he shows up, I always wonder the same thing. Maybe somehow he's the cause of all these incidents.
Right, well, we've talked to him about all the things we can talk to him about. Let's examine the scene. So this is the bridge Wright tried to cross. I think we asked that right, didn't we?
Pretty reckless if you ask me. Macy survived the fall from up.
Oh, and Macy survived the fall from up here.
Yeah, he's one lucky guy, sir. Now I see how he manages to win these cases in court. Blind luck.
Some letters were wildly engraved into a roughly cut boulder. Dusky Bridge. It's only appropriate name.
We need to get some glasses, Mr. Edgeworth. That says Dusty Bridge. See how you read it wrong, though, sir.
You're the one who needs glasses, detective. Try reading it one more time.
Ah, you're right. It is Dusky Bridge after all. I guess whoever wrote this made a mistake.
Alright, Klepto. Enjoy your sleep. Take care. Look at the phone.
Hey, it's a public phone. You don't see a lot of these anymore.
That's true.
If you got one here, why don't we take a photo as memento?
Well, sure, why not?
Oh, darn it, I don't have a camera with me. Go buy a disposable camera. Be right back, sir. Little shack in this way called Heavenly Hall.
Shack?
It's an rundown doghouse for losers that can't bear the freezing draft of wind. And it reminds me of my apartment, sir.
The name Heavenly Hall makes it sound like a palace.
Giving a hovel a great name is a crime itself. I'd call it false advertising. By the way, the name of my apartment complex is Compton Castles.
That's not such a great name if you ask me.
Well, it's such a great apartment either, sir.
Let's go to the main gate. Apologies, I thought that bite would take a lot less than that.
You Reggie, what took you so long? I'm so cold my brain's turned to sherbet.
I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country.
What do you mean?
Wright is going to be fine, the case itself isn't anything unusual. And I find myself taking requests to defend a woman accused of murder.
Hey, wait a second. Hold it. Objection. What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another and...
What kind of lame excuse is that? You call yourself a defense attorney?
Prosecutor Edgeworth is the prosecutor. That's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, defense attorney. That just sounds plain old wheelbarrow.
Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Oh, sorry.
Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Dude, Edgy. I don't see you for a couple of years and your heart turns to sherbet.
I'd say more like sorbet. It's rather cold here.
Iris didn't murder her. Someone else did it. I just know it, okay? So trust me on this one.
You're rather romantic, aren't you, Larry?
Nevertheless, I'll do what I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton to Wright, that is. Alright.
Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy, you think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet?
To put it
simply, your comment has me highly concerned. Could it be the reason you think she's innocent?
Come on, a girl like that kid can't possibly be a murderer.
I was right after all. I should never have come back.
No, don't worry. I see things where they really are this time, honest. It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much, know what I mean?
Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry.
Oh, forget it. I didn't say anything.
Larry, where were you and what were you doing at the night of the crime? Larry?
What? Don't tell me. You think I might have done it?
What?
Good loss, go back in your charter jet and get out of my sight, you creep. I hope your plane crashes and you die.
I'll ask one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing?
I'm sorry, man. You know me. I just don't remember. My short-term memory is a wreck, dude.
Hello there. So how are you feeling?
Fine, JJ. How you doing, man? Oh. Have a cat say hello. Hello, Scream. I'm a cat.
Alright, I suppose. Who's this?
My name is Miles Edward.
My, a handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances were so tragic, I might just,
fair enough. Well, at least you're back home now. Are you doing your usual ordering food in, or are you just having a night? It's quite a night. Please don't call me boy. I'm sorry to trouble you.
But I'm looking for a woman.
But I'm looking for a woman in a bikini.
Well, you found her. Now what can I do for you?
I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis.
If you ask nicely, I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth. This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness.
In fairness, that's fair enough, man.
Why didn't you tell me this earlier? That's exactly why your salary keeps getting uncut. My stomach is already growling in protest. So, what's the latest on our beloved Iris?
Well, first I want to hear what you know. First I'd like to ask you about last night.
Well, last night we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple.
Approximately what time was that?
I suppose it was around 9 when we left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. Then why are you not stuck over there with her? The channeling dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch. Wow, you're right, that does sound exhausting.
Detective, this is no time for flattery. Mr. Cat, what are you doing? Are you wanting to go down? In you go then. Off he goes. There he goes. Away he goes.
Sorry.
Sometime around 11 you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple, so why'd you come back here?
The way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get goosebumps. Oh, you get the chills pretty... You get the chills pretty easily, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Right then, I'd like to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard.
It must have been past 11. Ah, no, I can't say it. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down. Let go of my tie. I saw two people. One of them was lying on the ground. The other was stabbing her in the back with a sword.
Did you see this criminal with your own eyes?
I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris.
You must have been quite shocked.
Of course she was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. She would like to be... It'd be like if you were stabbing Mr. Wright smack in the middle of the courtroom. I happened to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked too. I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. When I finally realised what I was saying, I screamed and then I passed out.
Worst of her testimony seems pretty solid.
However, the idea of Iris doing something that foul seems unnatural.
Unnatural?
The girl I know simply isn't capable of that sort of foulness.
so head none, it's your duty to stay with the acolyte at all times, correct?
Aye, that's correct. I know I may look strong, but the truth is, I've got a bad lower back.
Bad lower back?
Aye. Especially bad in the winter. So bad I can't even lift a bucket. Remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall.
So you left the disciple all alone?
Don't be ridiculous, I'd never do that. That's why I ordered Iris to the temple after she rang the bell for nights out. Lights out.
Yeah, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So let's head and actually see Iris. Maybe I'll try and get some more details. So who was this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple?
Her name's Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. And after she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course. Special course? It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant 30,000 times.
You don't mean to tell me she's still over at the inner temple, do you?
No, of course not. I don't have to worry about that one little... Sorry, you don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night we still hadn't started the training session itself.
Well, that's good to hear.
Oh dear. One thing I forgot to tell you. Oh, I don't think I'm going to like the sound of this. Do you know that small girl? I believe she's Mystic Maya's little sister. Oh, you mean the little Pearl? That's Maya Fey's cousin.
Little Pearl?
I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we'd finished dinner with dinner cleanup. But I haven't seen her at all since last night. Since late last night. She's nowhere to be found.
You mean she was with the victim?
It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old bag. As they say, you plot thickens.
What is that? There are more ends of cushions in the corner of the room. What's that white piece of paper sticking out from under the stack?
Beats me.
Would you mind checking it out for me, Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir. Hey, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
It looks like an old manila envelope.
Yeah.
What is it, Detective?
This could be it. The ultra important clue, the super special clue.
I suppose I should read it myself then.
Looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10 at the Heavenly Hall, unless you want your secret to be exposed.
It sounds like a blackmail letter. Note to Iris, the court record.
Nice going there, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why can't I ever
find clues like that? You're the ultra important prosecutor, a super duper prosecutor.
Well, I suppose it takes a super duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. Let's ask about her.
Oh, how could such a terrible thing have happened? It's all my fault. Well, come now, lady. I don't think you need to take all the blame yourself. Quiet! What do you know anyway? Oh, you're scary. That stupid 5 o'clock shadow and that stupid old coat of yours. Too bad you were the one that disappeared. Why did you have to take it all out on me?
You said you only went with Maya to the training hall in the inner temple last night. Did you happen to see Iris while you were there?
Of course I saw her. I told her to meet up with us after ringing the 10 o'clock bell for lights out.
And a real this today, aren't they? Do you want me to move them?
So you're saying Iris came to the inner temple then? Aye, of course she did. Iris has always been a good obedient girl. After that, I had Iris help Mr. Maya begin her training. As they say, they brought deacons. Oh, the poor girl. The poor girl, where could she have gone? Well, we checked out the home and she's not there. And she's nowhere in the vicinity of the temple either. I think maybe she fell off the bridge and was carried downstream.
Why'd you have to be such a pessimist, detective?
I was trying to think like you, Mr. Edgeworth. It's all my fault. Me and my stupid bag. Mr. Elise has been murdered and the poor acolyte gets trapped. And a little girl has been lost. You really shouldn't be so negative. It creates bad karma. Quite right. Need to do some more training myself, I think. This is Mr. Elise's apprentice, isn't it? I think he might have a bit of a crush on me. Sweet boy at any rate. Huh? Oh, I don't blame him. Sister Bikini understands the temptations of young men. Sure. But I'm afraid it wouldn't be proper to abuse my position. I'm the head nun after all. But in return, I did allow him to draw a portrait of me.
About this picture.
Well, look at that. I look pretty S to the XA.
Fair enough.
Don't you think? Yes, that's absolutely. Up until recently, we've avoided such exposure in magazines. Exposure in such magazines. But this time we had our reasons.
That's all? For example...
why deny the world the sight of such a lovely face? Oh, how could such a terrible thing have happened? It's all my fault.
That's the one with Vatican in it. Let's ask for the weather report.
I'm about this here. Let me see. Well, as you may know, in order to see reality for what it truly is, we strive to break our attachments to much of the transient material realm. I guess you could call me an immaterial girl. I guess she lives in the material world, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Do you know anything about this old crumpled up letter?
Is that addressed to Iris? Yes, it clearly says to Iris on it. I can't believe it. That girl doesn't have any secrets from me. Well, that's a demon wardenhood. Acolytes are highly susceptible to possession by evil spirits, you know.
Fuck's sake, Deb.
That's why we always wear these for protection.
Oh, I see.
What are you waiting for? You don't get any protection just by holding it, you know. Put it on already.
No, I can't. I was just...
Aha! Oh, it's like it was just made for you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What do you mean by that, detective?
It looks absolutely marvellous. You've just got to keep it on for a while. Well, look what you found. That's the Master Art Currying Channeling Technique, Misty Fae.
Faye?
It's been nearly 20 years since Misty's experience. Apparently she intended to pass on the Master title to her daughter.
Who is this door?
Well, myself, I'm part branch family of the Fae clan, but even I'm not privy to the information concerning the main family.
Well, that's all we can get from her. We've literally questioned her about everything. So I think we are moving on to the next place. And let's have a look. February 8th has a Kura Temple courtyard.
This is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched.
Thanks, Detective. I'll just have a look around.
Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I better ask just to be sure. Are you really going to defend the nun, Iris, at the trial tomorrow?
Yes, I will. I gave her my word and now I must follow through with my commitment.
Well, in that case, I've got to be careful. Got to make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation.
Don't worry about it, Detective. Just keep your mouth closed and I think most of it will flow out on its own.
You got it, sir. I'll just make sure it flows out like water from a tap.
Yes, you do that, Detective.
The victim is the famous picture book author, Miss Elias Dunham. Her entire past up to the one that the writing award last year is a total mystery.
It's hard to believe in this day and age you can still find people like that. I'm gonna sneeze, so 1 second. Ah! That was a rough sneeze. Okay. It's hard to believe you can still, in this day and age, you can still find people like that.
Yeah. The estimated time of death of the victim is between 10 and 11 p.m. on February the 7th. Cause of death was a blood loss resulting from a stab wound to the back by the murder weapon.
The murder weapon?
The victim was found skewered by a giant sword, sir.
That's terrible.
Yeah, but there's one strange thing.
Yes?
The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. Bruises are consistent with falling from height of a 2-story building.
2-story building?
That would be about the same...
It'll be at the same height as the room in front of us, correct?
Hey, now you're right. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. That just happened to be the room that Elise Dunham was staying in. Nothing.
Nothing, Detective. Let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far.
Okay. Take a look at the map. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, the head nun, right after they finished the dinner, she and Maya Fey headed to the inner temple. At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. When she got there, Bikini had her to take over while she went back to the Kura Temple. Eventually, I'll get it right without saying anything. After taking a hot bath to soothe her back, Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself in the main hall.
The trial begins tomorrow. Who's the prosecutor?
I'm pretty sure it's that Koto guy. But nobody can get a hold of him. They're looking for a replacement.
What do you mean?
It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors are true.
There is a nun called Bikini. It's the... Hang on, once this one's done, I'll show you the picture. You recognize her, you've seen her on screen.
Maybe since Mr. Wright called him up in defending, he lost interest. I intend to appear in
court on the role of defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out that I'm actually a prosecutor.
Yeah, I can see why, but I'm not the only one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is going to be that judge.
Yes, he certainly would remember my face even though even after such a long absence. That's why I requested another judge preside over the trial tomorrow. If we only met each other once, there's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Not the American-Canadian guy.
Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Wouldn't be a problem if wouldn't it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir?
There's no need to worry. I pulled some from these things and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing.
Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. I had no idea it was this powerful sting to pull.
What's this inner temple that Maya was supposedly training at? That's Sister, Bikini.
According to Bikini, it's an old building they use for training the acolytes. It's on the other side of Dusky Bridge.
Is there anything else on the side of the bridge beside the inner temple?
No, what do you think?
Nothing?
The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. Anyway, it's kind of like a little island out there. I hear it's not the kind of place a person could survive in. What is this?
It's like a wizard's staff.
It belongs to the victim, Miss Elias Dunham. There's nothing strange or magical about it, but it is missing its amethyst. Oh yeah, listen. This is just between us, okay, sir?
Yes. What?
This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this.
Alright.
The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard.
Just letting that hang for a minute. That's it. That's what you wanted to tell me?
That's it.
What about fingerprints? Were there any on it?
Just the victims.
So the sword from this gold statue is actually the murder weapon.
It sure is. It's called the... by the way, a nasty piece of work.
There's still blood on it. I suppose it's the victim's blood?
Yep. It's all over the blade. And speaking of all over the blade, there's fingerprints all over the hilt of this shoulder too, sir.
Fingerprints?
Naturally, they all match the prints we got from the younger nun that defended them. What's wrong? You're looking real solemn.
Is this how it is for Wright? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney?
Yeah, I figured it doesn't really feel good.
To be honest, it feels more like it's more like it's detrimental to your health.
I just love skiing.
Really? You don't seem the type.
Well,
what about the sleds?
Sleds? Nah, they're a little too giddy, you know. Messes up my hard-boiled image. What's with the silence, Mr. Edgeworth?
Basically, the only thing you really missed in this whole thing was the start, which was I'll just get the court record so I can show you. The one nun is Bikini, the other nun is her, who looks like what's her face, the redhead before that did the crimes of stabbing people and shooting people and so on. So basically they're just trying to work out if she is the crazy redhead from before that tried to kill people, because she should be in prison. Yeah. So basically it's like she should be in prison if that is actually her, but it looks like her, so no one's really sure what's going on. And when we eventually do ask, do you know Phoenix, she has all the Psylocks come up, but we haven't been able to like try and get through them yet. So that's the gist of where we are. Sorry? No, you can have another bed. Whatever you want. No, guys, it's fine. Seriously. I'm playing as Edgeworth because him, who's calling himself Loris, is the apprentice, and when Wright told him to phone for the police, he phoned Edgeworth. And Wright is in hospital at the moment because he fell through a bridge. So it kind of makes some kind of sense, I guess. But yeah, if you want the thing, one tab, I forgot I had the. So if you want the pink one tab. Right. The main gate must be just over that stone wall.
Ah, stone walls. I jumped over a few of those in my time. Most of those are good memories, but not all.
Detective, perhaps someone should introduce you to the concept of paucity of words? It's a lantern. Suppose they light at night.
There's something elegant about the light of the fire. At the end of each month, I always like to relax in my room by candlelight.
Detective, can you not afford to pay your electricity bill?
How did you know?
Right, so we have anything else we can talk to them about? No. Anything else we can present to them that we've not presented already? Let's present the autopsy report, see if we've got anything else to say to it. No, let's just do that. Okay. So ask about that again.
This sort of represents the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one.
I've never heard that one.
You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I would have if I hadn't joined the homicide division.
So you think about the kind of thing too, huh?
Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. I can but dream. Oh, so I think I might have already told you about this, but the truth is, yeah.
We've passed that one already. Alright, do we need to look at any profiles of people? I think we've looked at all of them. Yeah, I think we've looked at all of them. Okay, well let's go back to the main hall and see if we can ask her anything different. Let's ask her about the sword.
About this here.
Not about this here usually means no. No, that's a no. And that's a no as well. And that's a no. Okay. Okay. So, if we don't have anything else to ask her, and we don't have, if we don't have anything to ask her, then I think we're just going to go back to... Well, let's go back through the other places we can go and see if anything pops up as different. That way. Oh, right. Okay, something different here?
I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe we scared the bull kid away.
Well, there's nothing else here, so let's go to the suspension bridge. He's just there. We don't have anything to talk to him about. We've talked to him already. Let's go back here and see if we've got anything to talk about her. Aha! Right, cool. Right.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth.
I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions if you don't mind.
But I already told you everything that I...
Iris, please remember, I'm on your side, you can tell me anything.
Yes, thank you.
Inner Temple. I just finished speaking with the head nun of the Kura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Dunham with the sword. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well.
What?
When I spoke with you last, you claimed that you'd never went to the Inner Temple. And yet, Sister Bikini says she met you at the Inner Temple that very night.
But I I didn't go there. I didn't go to the temple last night.
Alright, well, it's a Cyclops thing, so let's first of all present some stuff to her. I don't think Temple Glass to do on purpose. Okay, she doesn't know anything about that. This letter. It appears to be addressed to you.
I think it's someone idea of a joke, Mr. Fetchman. That's why I threw it away.
Okay, so she doesn't want to talk to me about that. Doesn't talk to me about that. Doesn't want to talk about the staff.
Is that the murder weapon?
Yes, it is. Have you ever seen it before?
Yes. Mr. Gamey was holding it in the courtyard.
Right, okay, well, I don't think there's any profiles, so try with the nun first of all. I'd like to ask you about Sister Bikini and the head of the Kura Temple.
She raised me as if she was my real mother.
As if she were your real mother?
I was left at Kura Temple when I was such a small child. She's taken care of me ever since.
Forgive me for saying rude, but what about your family?
I'm sorry, but I'd rather not talk about this. That's Mystic Elise Durham. It's a picture book author, so I've heard.
Does she come to Kura Temple often?
No, this is her first time. But it's just that. She was a very important visitor.
Is that so?
Yes, Sister Bikini told me. Be certain not to offend her.
Right, I don't think there's much else apart from that, maybe.
Oh, that's Mr. Loris. He's a very sincere, hard-working person. He was even kind enough to draw a picture of me.
Knowing Larry, this is the type of woman that you would fall in love with at first sight. Alright, I guess then we've got to present the Nagatama and see what little nonsense is ahead. Okay, I was frightened. Since I've been handed this case, it's my duty to dig up all the answers, understand?
Yes, sir.
All this flame can bathe the case in a whole new light. In my years in court, I've seen it happen over and over again. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the temple last night?
Yes, I swear. I already told you that.
Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened.
That's right.
If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder, is this what frightened you so much you couldn't even leave your room? Imagine it's the question. Take that! I found this in the main hall. It's addressed to you.
Ah, that's...
Well, Iris?
Hi, why are you glaring at me like that?
You were scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you, is that correct?
Ah!
What's the evidence of the power of my glare that broke her? Who knows?
Ah well, I suppose it matters either way.
But Mr. Edgeworth...
Yes?
I thought about that it was just someone playing a prank on me.
A prank?
Oh, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell me that... There's no one to tell it to... that would cause me any grief.
Sorry, my brain just froze trying to read that sentence. I wonder about that.
Sister Bikini's like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her.
No, you may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there's one person you didn't want your secret told to. And I imagine, considering he's in hospital and she had lots of Cyclops about him, it's probably him.
Take that!
Phoenix Wright.
Ah.
You mean something to Wright, it seems. And I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know your deep, dark secret. Well, what do you have to say?
I should have expected this much, especially from a friend of his.
Chain unlock successful.
After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it.
What is this heavenly hall the letter mentions?
It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge.
A small shack, huh?
It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near.
Where is it on this map?
It's around here. To get there you must follow a small path down from Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the inner temple I had no choice but to cross that bridge. But the thought that such a terrible criminal could have been lurking at Heavenly Hall. I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it.
So this is the secret you locked away in your heart?
Yes. In
any case, you still claim to have never left your room last night.
Yes, that's exactly right.
The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret.
But it's pointless.
Why would you say that?
Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is. But he has no idea who I am.
Right, well I assume that because it's not gone back up, maybe we can go to... Can we go to... Yes, we can! Yeah, let's go down there. Heavenly Hall. Why is Larry and Thingy's picture... His bunting's back out, including the Irish one.
Oh, not much of a view down here, huh? Still better than the view from my apartment, though.
Tisk. Someone's here. Hide yourself, detective.
Oh, why? Oh, why? Why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I even chased one of them to Japan. Next is going to be prison, I guess. I'll steal that detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, I can't do that to someone who looks like he's down on his luck.
He's just talking to himself. Shh, be quiet and listen.
I knew it. I should have done that. I blew it again.
Done that? What did he do?
Hey, you! About what you just said. I got an objection.
What? Edgy, you dirty rat!
Sure, go off. Idiot. I'm sorry, sir. Before I knew it, I was shouting out objection. And in a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointer finger. Oh.
You watched too many trials.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? Here we go again. What's this little shack anyway?
Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday.
Why were you down here in the first place?
Oh, come on. I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. This is a great little place. He's artistic. It's quiet, it's cold, it's got no power, it looks like it's about to collapse.
There's a lot like my apartment there, pal.
So, can I get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe?
He's getting all buddy on us, sir.
Listen to me, Edgy. You've got to do this. You've got to save Iris.
Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute?
Watch your mouth! Anyway, I made up my mind about it. I'm going to marry that girl.
Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm going to ask you for him. Have you already asked the girl to marry you?
No, not yet. But I can tell how she feels by the look in her eyes. He's got this. I really want that man to carry me over the threshold, look. I'm sure Nick would be surprised. He'd never imagine that I could marry such a beautiful girl like that.
Something tells me he would be shocked indeed. He really is, yeah. It went from sort of slightly bumbling and innocent to generic sex pest. And it's getting harder and harder to not just be like, whenever he talks now.
That's why I didn't want to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I going to do if she gets hurt?
What did this guy try to say? He lost me about the Malvac.
If you really want to know the answer to that, you'd have to drag him onto the witness stand. Yeah, it's played for laughs from the 2000s audience. A lot's changed since then, but yeah. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you and what were you doing last night?
Oh man, don't you have anything else to talk about?
Was I?
With that kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. Oh, okay, chill out with those scary eyes. I got it. You really want to know? Last night, I saw something incredible.
Something incredible? I saw more chains.
Yeah, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water.
But I absolutely despise talking about the good old days, especially with him.
Let's see if he has anything to say about himself.
Huh? Me? All you have to do is remember me, but remember not to call me Larry anymore.
What?
I'm a new person now. I've been reborn as Loris Dundunum.
Alright, fine. Let me ask you about something else, Larry.
Call me Loris. If you don't, then I'll call you Melis Denum.
Why?
I still can't believe it. She was such a great person. But someone's pinning this murder on my sweet little Iris. Reggie, please, I'm counting on you.
Well, frankly, I was hoping you'd give me a little more than that.
Well then, I've got it. I'll draw you in a portrait. How about that?
Since you're kind enough to offer, alright.
I'm just no good with people like her. She reminds me too much of my mother.
May I speak now?
Huh? Sure.
I don't care how you feel about her personally. Just tell me what you know about her and how she's related to the case.
I don't think you're expecting a little too much from me. I'm just a 24-year-old jobless bum trying to be an apprentice artist.
Well, I guess then we might as well do the shiz. Okay. The night of the crime. Alright, so now you're going to tell me what you really saw last night.
Whoa, you're really upset now, aren't you, Reggie? I'll talk.
Huh? That's a bit too easy.
Yeah, anyway, it was so awesome, I've never seen anything like it. Around 10 o'clock last night it started thundering. I'd been sleeping for not sure how long. Suddenly, zing! The whole world in front of me went white. Like I'd just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend Naomi.
And
then it was on fire, the bridge was on fire. Dusky
Bridge caught on fire? Are you saying you saw it with your own eyes?
Hey, why are you giving me the evil eye? I'm telling the truth.
By the way, Larry, where were you when you saw that happen?
What are you saying? What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Just answer the question.
I was in my own room by the main hall. Where else would I be?
As usual, you're transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suspect, lies there.
There? What do you mean there?
It's possible you to have seen lightning strike the dusky bridge from your room. That's got to be the map then.
Take that!
This is a map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Kura Temple.
What am I looking for?
I think that should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees and almost possible to see the bridge from there.
Don't you... Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, how about it?
How about what?
Do you feel like talking now?
About what?
You leave me no other choice, I'll have to move on to the next step. You weren't in your room at the temple, so then where were you?
You don't know that I wasn't in my room?
Very well, let me test my theory. The place you witnessed the lightning strike... Well, if he's witnessed the strike on the bridge, he's either got to be in the temple, which he can't have been, or Heavenly Hall. So I'm going to go with Heavenly Hall.
Take that!
The place you saw the lightning strike from was naturally Heavenly Hall.
Why would I be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold. There's no electricity and it could fall apart any minute.
Larry, how do you know that anyway? How do you know there's no electricity? After all, it's not dark yet.
Ha ha ha.
In other words, you have just provided evidence to prove my theory. The theory that you've at least once in your life you visited Heavenly Hall after sunset.
I have to admit, I'm best edgy. You're in a total different league from Nick.
That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing in this cold shack last night?
What do you might call a fair decor?
I think you mean a fair decor. Could it be you were waiting for someone?
Oh no. You really are one scary guy, you know.
I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come meet you. Now, the only person that mentioned the shack before was this one. So, I'm gonna assume it was that. So, let's try that.
Take that!
It's not that because the music's still playing. Was it this person? No, it was actually the profile rather than the actual... Okay, so it's actually the person rather than the profile. Okay, cool. So it is this person, so it will be her.
Take that!
Yep, done. The only person you'd wait for in a horror place like this, Larry. I told you before.
I told you before, don't call me Larry.
The person you were waiting for was Iris.
Oh, suddenly I feel cold all over, Edgy.
No doubt because of my chilly glare. So if you think I got...
If you think I got the hots for Sister Iris, huh? Do you have some kind of evidence? Do you get something that proves I was waiting for her? Or are you just guessing?
Here's the evidence that proves you're waiting for Iris. Now this time, it's the bit of paper.
Take that!
Here's your evidence. We called you to the spot with a pathetic blackmail letter.
Oh, hey, give it back. You're embarrassing me. What are you doing with that anyway?
That's not important. I misjudged you, Larry.
What do you mean?
Taking advantage of a woman's frailty like that, you should be ashamed of yourself. First of all, what's at the top of the letters? Salutation here.
Well, that's what I said in the book. Letter writing for dummies.
You're not supposed to actually write that. That's what you're supposed to write. That's when you're supposed to write Dear Iris.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not successful. So you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you?
Sorry, Edgy.
Sorry doesn't cut it, you scumbag. Threatening a young lady like that.
No. Wait, hold up.
What now, pal?
What are you talking about? What threatening stuff?
I'll tell you what, you tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose our secret, pal.
What do you mean threaten? When did I threaten her?
Unless you want your secret to be exposed. I That sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact.
Give me a break. A love letter. Have you been in love?
What did you just say?
My love for her burned so hot it could melt all the snow on this mountain.
Oh. Then what is the secret you mentioned?
Come on, Edgy. Don't you get it? I'm talking about the secret love between her and me. Obviously, she wouldn't want old Lady Bikini to know about it, right? About a hot and sour, bittersweet love affair.
He is a dick. Alright. Then why did you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope?
Give me a break. It's not my fault I didn't have any other envelopes. Jeesh.
Then why were you so quick to apologize, pal?
Because Edgy gave me a scary look of his. What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden?
That's it? That's why you went all those huge locks were about?
I don't understand why you were so...
I don't understand why you're so defensive.
Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me. Hey, come on, don't let it get you down.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, the guy is still holding something, I know it.
What do you mean, detective?
Don't forget what this guy just said a minute ago.
Larry?
What? You're looking at me like a hungry dog just found a bone.
What was this something incredible you saw last night? You're going to tell me, Larry, one way or the other.
I already told you, didn't I? I saw a lightning strike Dusky Bridge.
Yes, and I believe it was the incredible sight you saw. But now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true.
What doesn't?
That's all there is to your story. Your heart wouldn't have been that had all those locks. Therefore, Larry, I do believe you saw something last night. Something more incredible than lightning.
What? Then? Where? Why? How?
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal.
Oh, not a fucking again.
No. What's wrong, sir? Does this mean I have to start all over?
Does it mean I have to start all over again?
Why are you doing like I'm next to be hit by a bolt of lightning?
To be continued. Save the progress. Yes, I do. If I remember right, it's investigation, which we've just done, then 2 trial, then I think it's another 2 investigation, then 3 trial. So we're about a quarter of the way through. But the trial sections are usually a lot faster. So...
Oh my, Mr. Loris feels that way about me?
Apparently. He isn't even aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed.
I'm sorry. I just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing.
Worry not. In any case, whatever it was he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I would drag it out of him.
Does that mean Mr. Loris is a witness today?
No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand.
Just a bikini.
He claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime.
I just want to ask you one
more time. It really wasn't you who killed Mr. Edgeworth Dunham, correct?
That's correct. It wasn't me.
Very well then.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes.
you are a prosecutor, are you not? Are you sure about this? Your true identity is revealed.
Don't worry, I've made the necessary arrangements.
I see.
Iris. It's the prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. Defense attorney's job is to believe in people and believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend told me once.
Mr. Edgeworth,
I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself. whether or not I am fit to do the task I have been trusted.
Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands.
Oh, okay. You did an accent for this guy. I think I did an American last time for him, and the sort of other judge voice, because we had the other judge before. But if there's any suggestions, probably something I can kind of relatively easily do, but I don't mind. I'll try anything. Any suggestions from chat? Because, I can't remember what they're called. Shit. Don't really know if shit has an accent. Amish. Oh god, what do the Amish sound like? What part of the world? Well, I know they're American, but what part of America is the Amish? Is that the... It's horse and buggy, so is it... Is it... Well, what I'll do is I'll try and do a sort of Louisiana, Georgia style voice, and we'll see where we go from there. Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Kura Temple.
The defense stands ready, Your Honor.
Defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case.
Indeed.
I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of the court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean... that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove this case. It would seem this case is already over before I had a chance to begin. I'm ready to announce my verdict at this time. This the court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Oh. Hear the voice? It's her and her whip, yep.
Meowth. Oh, meowth, that's right. Meowth, 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 meowth.
I'm trying to remember Meowth is much higher than that.
Meowth, 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 that's right. Meowth. Okay, we're gonna try and go like this for Meowth. I don't think it really works, but it's as dear as devil as I'm gonna get from memory. The prosecution stands ready.
And you are?
Francesca Von Karma, prosecuting prodigy.
Von Karma uses a bit wrong voice.
Von Karma, you say? Perchance you won't be any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred Von Karma?
Legends are a thing of the past. Nope, that's not that. We go back to Meow. Legends are a thing of the past. I'm a Von Karma, that's all. On special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case.
You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, huh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm almost certain that I've seen you someplace before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once.
I believe you're imagining things, Your Honor.
Miss Von Karma, do you ever have anything to say?
There's no such weakness in a man. There's no such weakling as this man
among those of the prosecution's office. Meow, that's right.
There isn't, but I'm sure once before in this courtroom. Ah!
I told you. There is no such weakling.
What is that, a whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. Bailiff, remove that whip at...
Hold it! I have no objection to the whip.
You don't?
Prosecution can wield the whip or I drink 17 cups of coffee. But there is still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today.
This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I had expected to face Phoenix Wright here today. But looking at you now, maybe this is what I've been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers.
It's just the way they have worked. Yeah, I just wish they'd used this whole box.
I see you brought your flair for the histrionic.
Allow me to add things I'm not sure about. Add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court. Yowza.
The stage is set. Now continue with your proceedings, Your Honor.
Very well. Miss Von Karma, please give an outline of this case. As for a little whipping as possible. That's fine. If you need to go lie down, honey, go lie down. At 4? Yeah, sure, no problem. I'll get you at 4. I will not be done before 4. Okay.
The murder of the famed picture book author, Miss Elise Dunham.
I'll have to go and get myself some more iron brew in a couple of minutes because the bottle has just filled up my half glass. But we'll see where we end up. Okay. I will have a look at it as I'm done the stream, along with that video clip we put up earlier. It's going to be another weird one.
Her body was found in the Kura Temple courtyard. Meow, that's right. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue.
The sword in this picture is the weapon in question. The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well, the court accepts his photo in the crime scene.
There's no mistake, this was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there is a witness to her crime.
Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand. And so it begins. The first and last trial as a defense attorney.
Witness, state your name and occupation, please.
Hold on here. I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up nice and straight.
If I recall correctly, there is a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for back pain plagued miss.
Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please.
Once again, your name and occupation, please. Yeah, that's right.
Hello, me. Well, I'm the head nun of the Kura Temple on Eagle Mountain.
I just need to stab myself in the leg. But my blood is deciding it wants to misbehave tonight. But I'll keep doing this while I'm doing that.
My name's Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone.
Well, you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. Yowza!
The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave the sanctuary at once. Meow, that's right.
You want me to leave?
No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in the summer. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place in the night in question. That's right. I can still hardly believe myself, to be honest. There's no way that my little dear Iris could done anything like that.
Well, let's hear what y'all have to say then. First, tell us about your own movements that night, huh? Well, I think the error is meant to be because this guy is apparently Canadian. But, I don't know how to do no Canadian accent, so I guess I was stuck being American.
The night of the murder. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte return to the Kura Temple. There's no bath in the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak. A long, hot soak. It was after I'd finished, I was just heading back with us when I saw it.
So it was simply a coincidence that you found yourself returning to the Kura Temple. Why is it I can say that word in this accent but no other? God damn it.
Yeah, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I'd have stayed at the inner temple.
There's only one problem with that testimony that I can see. Meow, that's right. You're not about to fall at the first hurdle now, are you, Mrs. Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination.
That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but... Hold it! What is this inner temple? Well, see, conversing with the spirits is what we train people to do, right, pal?
I'll be the one asking the questions, madam.
In order to do that, a place strong in spiritual power is required. There's a small temple across Dusky Beach called the Inner Temple. Acolytes must spend an entire night there to undergo intense training. And how exactly do you help with this process? It's all quite exacting. It can't be performed without a nun supervising.
Like a tutor, watching to make sure a spoiled child studies.
If that's the case, then why did you return to Kura Temple when the murder took place? Well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. Hold it! Violently? That's right. It's no laughing matter, especially in winter. Can't hold anything heavier than a knife and fork during the cold months. Just being alive is like strict training. On the night of the murder, was this famous back of yours hurting again? That's right. Raging like a bull in a pig pen. Almost fainted once or twice. I just knew that unless I warmed it up, it was gonna finally finish me off. So I left Iris to help the acolyte return to the Kura Temple. Hold it! You left Iris to help? With what? What do you think? The acolyte's training, of course. It's just past 10 PM, so we're starting to enter the training exercise proper.
Wasn't it your place to remain with the disciple?
Well, the job's simply to watch over the acolytes so they don't, pass away. Just to confirm this point again, that night, I met Iris in the Inner Temple, correct? Aye, she's a gentle, honest girl. She's never once failed to follow my direction. no bath at the inner temple, you see. I needed a nice, long, hot soak. Hold it! You returned to the Kura Temple in order to take a bath. Bag's to blame for everything. It's a do or be done in kind of world after all. How long were you in the bath for, if you don't mind me asking? My, what a filthy little rogue you are. I know what's on your mind. I bet your next question is going to be, where exactly did you wash? Aye, this is why you have to wash the young ones.
What are you going on about?
Pathetic, Miles Edgeworth.
The lowest of the low.
Anyway, I couldn't afford to be away from my post too long, you understand, so, so after I'd finished, I was heading back, that's when I saw it. Hold it! The crime took place in the courtyard, correct? When you go from my room to the main hall, you have to take a winding hallway, which you can see the courtyard.
That's right. In other words, it was pure coincidence that the witness saw the crime taking place before her eyes. There was no complicated setup in this case.
That certainly seems to be true. Right, so I think basically what we need to do, because at this stage it's you left Iris the Acolyte, so the only thing we really have is we have the one that actually contradicts this. So let's just start with that and see if it's right.
Objection! Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on the powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, don't worry, I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of the Kura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No, is that what she said?
The defendant or witness? Who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back.
Objection! But that is completely illogical. The matter was committed in the courtyard of the Kura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make it much better alibi. That is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she will lie.
She does indeed have honest eyes.
Oh! All people lie, that is my belief.
Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means we must call your memory into question.
Dear, you're older than me and yet you want to play that game, do you?
Well, that isn't exactly what
My memory's perfect. Crystal clear, especially in winter.
Then I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, huh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you're going to question the memory of this witness, you will need to show a more decisive piece of evidence.
Understood, Your Honor.
And please add your comments about Iris to the testimony, and let us return to the cross-examination. Okay. But she wasn't, because she had given her mask to someone.
Objection! Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant who you claim to have met, she was wearing this demon warding hood, correct? Of course. That's a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Hold it right there. Why do you have that?
That's the question. That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Miss Von Karma? How do you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night? Before the lights out bell was rung.
What?
You know where I'm going to. You know where I'm going with this, don't you? The witness had seen the defendant as she claims. And the iris she saw should have been missing this very hood. Well.
Order in the court. What?
Sister,
Yes, sir. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you?
spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them.
I see a stockpile. A surplus of hoods, huh?
Each nun is only given one hood. That should be the only hood Iris owned.
And this is quite strange.
Oh, if there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There is no contradiction here. Yeah, that's right.
Sorry to break this to you, Von Karma, you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies show this one. Discrepancies such as this will not sow any seeds in any human heart. Seeds of doubt. Witness? While I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this.
Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on your way back to the inner temple.
After my bath. So a quick drink before we start this.
As we get a spark of fizz into our eye, I have to sort of crack my eyes for a second. Alright.
I finished my bath around 11 and I thought I should return to the inner temple. As I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard and took a look, and Iris was, Mr. Kelsey, and that sword of all things. Mr. Kelsey was staying in the corner room which faces out onto the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred as she was pushed out the window.
Y'all saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then I would be it'd be much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court, and me seeing it all from this very chair. Yeah, well, something like that.
I would look a fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth.
Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you just do something about that habit of yours? I finished my bath around 11 and I thought I should return to the inner temple.
Hold it!
How far is it from your room to the inner temple? Let me think a moment. About 20 minutes and these stumps are mine. About 15 minutes to Dusky Bridge. Has a Kura Temple. The inner temple is just beyond the bridge.
Still, you never made it back that night, did you?
That's right. I was heading along the walkway towards the main hall. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard and took a look. You see, I heard a noise. Thump, just like that.
It could only be the sound of the victim falling.
It's very quiet in the temple, you know. You can even hear the snow falling from the branches. Thump, just for that.
But then, couldn't this noise you heard been snow falling from the ground? Up to the ground?
I never thought of that.
Ho ho ho! Ah.
The next one to left gets a whipping.
Well, wherever the source of the sound, I looked over at the courtyard and, hey, this was... Oh, Mr. Kelly. Well, that sword of all things.
Hold it!
This is the second time the witness has testified that they've seen the defendant. But some doubt remains on these claims. Hey, just what does that mean? Just because you're a good-looking young man, don't give you the right to... No matter who stabbed the victim with his sword. Just a bikini, try to recall exactly who you saw as clear as you can. Well, you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. Oh, now that you mention it, there was something awfully strange about her. Something that's been bugging me all this time. Please, you don't have to keep us in suspense. Her hood.
Her hood?
That's right, it's coming back to me. Iris, she wasn't wearing her hood. I thought something was out of place, but it all makes sense now, doesn't it? After all, she'd given that hood away to someone, right?
You've dug your own grave, Miles Edgeworth. Yep, that's right.
What do y'all have to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Is this testimony important? Probably not. Because she's not really done anything that's...
These statements are as useless as the investigation for the set detective. There is no need to record them.
Very well. Please continue with y'all testimony.
Mr. Kelsey was staying in the condo room which faces onto the courtyard.
Hold it!
The room the victim was staying in overlooked the courtyard, correct?
Which means the victim's room was on the second floor.
No. Kura Temple is a single-story building. The mountainous cell slopes downward, which elevates the main gate side of the temple and guest rooms to on the back. About the height of a two-story building.
I see. And the victim was staying in one of these elevated rooms, correct?
I should know. I'm the one who carried her things to her room after all. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out the window.
Where's the autopsy report? No, it says body fell after death, so that can't be.
Objection!
Impressive logic, that's what I'd like to say anyway. Oh, please. Oh, please do. My brain is something else, especially in winter. However, I think you are overlooking one thing. Miss Van Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report?
The autopsy report?
The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this was after she was killed.
That's right. It says here after death, right here.
The scene of the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. The defense stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard. How did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall?
Order! The victim was killed and then fell. If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't y'all agree?
That is the logical conclusion. Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's right. Victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room. Then she was thrown out the window down to the courtyard below.
Objection!
Are there any signs of struggle in Mr. Dunham's room? stabbed with a sword. I believe a bloodstain, would it not? But, wouldn't you agree?
Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood? Oh! No traces of blood were found in the victim's room. No whip just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious payoff beard. However, there was no blood in the room when you claim that... Well, I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this, as I'm sure Your Honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood. When it produces the most blood? Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. You want to talk about when the most blood will be lost from my body? It will be when the blade is removed.
Indeed. The weapon's still in place. It acts like a lead on the wound.
Well, that's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. A perfectly reasonable line of thinking. We've come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all of the contradictions. Order. I must admit that that this is a probable version of events. It seems that we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please, remain standing on that crate.
Don't go selling me short now. The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape, especially my back and my mood.
Sister, please give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we're done here.
Fair?
Oh boy, alright, aye. Details.
Right, let's have a wee drink before we start this. Okay. Right. Further details.
When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mr. Kelsey. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? When I woke, Mr. Gamey stabbing Mr. Kelly's through the back.
This is all confirmed with Miss Von Karma's theory.
The Von Karmas strive for nothing but perfection. Meow, that's right. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth.
When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place.
Hold it!
At that time, was the victim bleeding? Well, I was very shocked to be seeing all this, of course. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I saw any blood. Oh, then.
I'm sure that you didn't. The weapon was acting as a plug in the wound.
In any case, let us be clear one very important point. Did you actually see the instant when the victim was stabbed? Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mr. Kelsey.
Hold it!
What hiccups now, sorry.
Think carefully, this is very important. It's Iris we're talking about here. I'm thinking for all I'm worth. No. Well looked though, the sword was already in Mr. Kelsey's body.
The victim was stabbed in the room and then dropped into the courtyard. Yeah, that's right. I think this proves it rather well, Mr. Miles Edgeworth.
Keep thinking that says Mr. Edgeworth, but it's not.
I've never seen so much blood before.
I think that's something to press on.
That's why I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? When I woke, Mr. Gamey was stabbing Mr. Kelsey to the back.
Hold it!
By Mr. Gamey, you referred to the golden statue, correct?
Oh, that's the wrong voice.
Just stabbing someone with that sacred treasure is terrible enough. But to make Mr. Gamey hold the blade.
Truly a heinous, despicable crime. Yeah, well, that's right.
It's easy to despise something, anyone can do it. However, there is something that cannot be done so easily.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it's doubly hard for you. Anyway, what's the problem?
Exactly what would the killer... why would the killer set up this gruesome scene? Can anyone explain the reasoning behind that?
No, I don't think I can.
There isn't always a logical reason behind why someone acts.
That's true. So true. In early spring, for example, I often find myself...
You know what? Press him anyway, see if it gives it more.
So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood? That's right. Someone splattered onto Iris too.
And
When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room. And her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in the corner.
What?
That seems quite conclusive to me. I think it's best further.
Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw a little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now, you say you saw the victim bleeding? Well, I say what I saw is what I saw.
What did y'all see?
Maybe I didn't see the poor woman getting stabbed. I saw the girl pull the sword out of her, plain as day. Pulling the sword out? Well, it wasn't exactly pulling, more kind of it came out.
Witness, y'all add this statement to y'all testimony.
Oh, was it that important?
This is played that was drawn smoothly. It can't be drawn smoothly out. It's got like 5 billion bits to it.
Objection!
Since the beginning, you are a reliable witness. At least I'd like to think so, but there are too many contradictions here. What do you mean? You make it sound like I'm a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you.
What contradictions are you talking about?
The scene that the witness claims to have seen. The weapon was thrust into the hilt into the up into its hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities.
What do y'all mean? Please explain your... Ow!
Explain yourself.
To start with, do you think it would be possible to stab someone with the hilt of this? And to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she does not appear strong enough for that.
Doesn't appear. What meaningless dribble. I too may appear to be weak and frail. But I can crush men under my heel and make them weep. So I so choose. Should I so choose?
The objection stands. I wept a little back there, I must admit.
Objection!
That isn't the only issue here. The sword is truly stabbed the body up to the hilt. Well, just look at it all. The branches on it certainly would not come out smoothly. We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when the blade left the body, it acts as a sort of plug. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it is an entirely different story. The wound would be so large for the blade to completely stop all the bleeding.
That's nothing more than conjecture.
Oh, stretch! Thank you. I needed that. Right, where were we?
In reality, the victim was stabbed with the sword that I try and pronounce the name of, but it's far too long to say. Yeah, that's right. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly. I may still sometimes stop the blood loss.
Objection!
I'm not finished. There is still one more conclusive contradiction.
Y'all still got more?
This one is simple. If the sword really was thrust all the way to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it?
Ah,
If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword.
Order, what?
bravo, Miles Edward. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know maybe manage one like that.
What does all this mean? Y'all proving contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but...
I've become this far right that I can only give one answer.
And that is?
The weapon used to kill the victim was not that weird name sword.
What? Say it with me, everyone. A foolish, foolish idea born from the foolish mind. A foolhardy, foolish fool. Not heard that before.
Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think that the sword was a murder weapon? Well, it's because Mr. Gamey was holding it. Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that was the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong, which is what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that the weapon that is too long for me to pronounce was the murder weapon.
Order, what?
So maybe the weapon again that I can't pronounce, let's just go with the thingy blade, was not the murder weapon. Even if that's the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object.
That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth.
If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises.
The obvious question?
Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to the sword-like object that was found, if a sword-like object was found.
That's...
Answer the question, Miss Von Karma.
No evidence of that gun was found.
Another mystery to throw onto the pile. Trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast.
Excuse me, can I say something? I just remembered something, actually.
What is it, sister?
I was just thinking, it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was just over there.
What exactly are y'all... That's the Canadian-ness, obvious, but let's just read it normally. What exactly are y'all going on about here?
Not the weapon, I mean, maybe. I think I might know where the sword was disposed of. What?
Well then, I think we need to hear testimony from you one more time, sister.
Impossible.
What else could this crazy old woman have seen? So quick drink. Okay. Let's get on with it.
I saw the murder around 11 PM. After asking that to be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there I saw tracks that indicate the snowmobile had been used. Cheeky bastards. Takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 if you're using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all.
Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time.
Well, I'm not in the best of shape. Well, my back and my age and, you know.
Quite. There were indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here's a photograph.
A snowmobile, huh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory.
The tracks begin in front of the Kura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge. That solves your pesky little problem, yes? The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in winter.
Objection.
Making it perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon.
You did indeed. You did indeed.
Court accepts AJ's remark into evidence.
Now, Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please. Well, before we do anything, let's have a look at this this picture.
Objection!
No. Keep forgetting it's enter to look at it and thingy to. God damn it! Right, let's try that again. This time I will not hit the thingy button. I'll just hit enter. Okay.
Hold it!
You are sure about the time? Aye, I was worried about it after all.
What was that?
Because I have a strong sense of responsibility, especially at this time of year. The acolyte was being doused in freezing water at the time. Couldn't he very well take it easy in the bath all night, could I? 11 decided to leave as a Kura Temple.
Please continue, sister.
After asking it to be reported, I went out to the main gate.
Hold it!
You asked Phoenix Wright to
report the crime, correct? Right, the one who trampled me. There's no phone in the main hall, so I sent her to the bridge.
Phoenix Wright, he didn't even have a cell phone on him.
He had forgotten it at home, apparently.
What a naive boy, as always. Not only do I always carry my phone, but I always carry my whip in hand too.
Anyway, I was real scared. It was taking him a while to get back, so I thought I'd go out by the main gate for a spell. There I saw the tracks. Tracks indicate a snowmobile had been used.
Hold it!
So because there was a snowmobile outside the main gate to the visitors. Aye, that's it. But that's the only one we have. It'll run no matter how much snow falls. Now, you're certain the snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived? Aye, of course. It's parked in front of the gate.
So, she had already gone, discarded the murder weapon and returned by that time.
Snowmobile in question, was it still warm at that time? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean?
What do y'all mean, huh?
What do you mean, Mr. Ashworth?
Goes without saying that the snowmobile will heat its engine. It's still warm, that means it's been recently used.
Oh, what?
Ah, see? I never thought of that. That's magic, that.
Oh, that's right. I have a look at that too.
Of course you did.
Answer the question, please, witness.
I don't often go around touching hot engines.
Sorry.
I don't go.
What happened there, sorry?
I don't go around touching our engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it.
Snow?
Aye, for some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow.
It seems highly likely that the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh?
How long does it take to get to Dusky Bridge by snowmobile?
It's 50 minutes to walk. What, 5 plus using... okay. I have a theory. They can't have gone there and come back with that because there's only one set of prints.
Objection!
Maybe this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder.
You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth.
However, what if the witness says if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks?
What do you mean?
I was left as a Kura Temple through the river and then returned. If this was the case, then naturally there'd be 2 sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge and those from coming back. Ah, you're right.
You're forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. Tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it?
I see. Well, while she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow.
What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth?
Well, there's a contradiction. We've got the weather report that says it was heavy snow, so I'm assuming it's a contradiction. Like the weirdly detailed weather report. Oh, sorry.
Would you care to explain why is there a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction?
Great, the evidence will do all the talking for me.
On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge in order to dispose of the murder weapon. Outgoing tracks were raised by the snow, or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, huh?
Take that!
Witness, please tell us again what time was it when you witnessed the crime? Like I said, it's about 11. Of course, this means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. It is the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder.
The weather report?
Snow started to fall at 7 p.m., but it stopped around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11, the snow had already stopped falling. Impossible for any tracks to have made after that time to have been covered up.
Oh. Order. Very well then. It looks like Miss Von Karma's claim has been snowed in.
Oh. It's too soon to be closing this file due to snow. Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this then. When is a weather report ever correct?
Oh no, you got it all wrong. This ain't a forecast, this is the actual data.
Yeah. Forecast data, all weather reports have some inaccuracies. It may still have been snowing in the vicinity well past 11.
It's true. We cannot be totally sure, huh?
What?
It had stopped snowing at the Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. And to prove this is conclusive evidence of this.
Well, I too cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning the testimony.
Huh? You can't back down, can you? You're such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth.
Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, where's your evidence that it really stopped snowing when the victim was killed? Do I have anything interesting? I'm looking for. Claim full? Yeah, because the blood wasn't covered at all. So yeah, that would be what. Music's still going. Oh no, I stopped.
Ultimately, it comes down to one point. That being whether or not it was snowing at the time, and it was snowing in the courtyard when the victim was stabbed.
That's right, but proving it, that is.
Incredibly easy. If you want to know whether they were snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I'm referring to the photo of the crime scene. As you can see, everything is covered with snow. With just one exception.
And that is?
The victim herself, Miss Elise Dunham. That's it, Dunham. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to Eagle River to dispose of the murderer, this is not this photograph. Then in this photograph there should be two sets of tracks.
Hold on. Just what are you?
Just what you said.
Sorry, it's Mew.
Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth?
It is simply what all of the facts point to. At night, someone used a snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. When the tracks left, we understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At the time, it was still snowing.
Of course it was, because the tracks were erased by the snow.
Then when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained. Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me.
What the? Sorry.
What the, sister?
There is only one key for the snowmobile.
Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in her room after the murder.
Which could only mean that night Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple. The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge. So she must have left on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot.
That sounds right.
But I saw this and left Iris and returned to the Hazakura Temple. Didn't see anything near the Dusky Bridge.
Yeah.
You must have just failed to see it, sister.
Maybe. But when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow too.
Order, order, order in the court. What does all this mean?
Ah. So then what is this snowmobile used for? Was it taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple? If it had been, then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, then there would be two sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Kura Temple. Eventually that word will not become hard to say.
I think we've learned all we can from this witness.
Aye, I got nothing more to add. I told you ever and ever and I know.
But then, that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness, who could testify to having seen the snowmobile. Was there no one out walking, perhaps near a dusky bridge on that night?
I don't think that's likely. It's cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only in a day would go out wandering like that. Unless they had something really important to do.
That's a shame.
Your Honor, actually there is just one individual that might be able to help us.
Really? Do you know of someone that might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder?
I don't know for sure if he saw it or not. But there is two things about him that do come to mind.
Which are?
First, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder.
And the second being?
This individual that I'm thinking of that's wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is a kind of idiot.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot y'all talking about?
Take that!
This guy must be the product of the Jean-Luc de Landuc's Guide to Obnoxious French painting.
This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim, Elsa Durham.
A student? Interesting. And why was he wandering outside the night of the murder?
That's,
Could tell them? Or not?
He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snow scenery that would move him. Although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason.
And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly was it that he saw?
I intend to extract that from him right here in this courtroom.
Summon this youth as a witness immediately.
I have no choice, do I?
I believe he is in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him.
Very well.
Today I'm going to get everything out of you, Larry.
This call will adjourn for a 20-minute break. Miss Von Karma, please see to preparing the next witness.
Understood, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Understood, Your Honor.
Good.
Well, then, court is now in recess. Woo! And before we get on to the next part, I'm going to very quickly go and get myself some more juice, because I'm running out. So, I'll be back in 2 minutes. See you then. Hello everyone. I just have a cat in front of me. Just give me a second to move him. He's being a bit clingy today. So I have myself a bottle of amber. I've not poured it yet, but I will do so when I finish my glass. So, let us get on.
Trial part 2.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say.
Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene.
Alright, I'll help you in any way I can.
First, not that night. You really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? Last witness came to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini. He's lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Sorry.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in the Kura Temple.
Very well. The second thing, that night the temple snowmobile was used between the time of Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile?
There was only one key for the snowmobile. And the only person who could have used it was me.
So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge?
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's not the time. We have 20 minutes. We don't have time for Cyclops.
I can't tell you about that yet.
Yet?
Not until our safety is confirmed.
Huh?
The safety of the Acolyte.
Iris, look at me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Eliza, Elise, Dunham?
No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life.
Very well. It's my job to get the truth. You discover that for yourself soon enough.
Court will now reconvene. Miss Montcalm, where is the witness?
During the break, the man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery.
Suspicious behavior?
He was sketching something very intensely.
There, that's what the witness was sketching when he was detained.
He drew a terrifying woman, armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip.
Let's leave that surprised expression on the screen while I pour this glass. Return.
Iron Brew. Let's get on.
I can only presume what his intention was to capture you.
Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Loris, Dunham.
Dunham. That was it.
Loris Dunham, I hope you're ready. Get in here.
I didn't realise he had bows all the way along his shoulders.
Your sketch is in contempt of this court. You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct?
What's his voice? His voice was take.
Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist, training out in the mountains. I'm only down here because of the city. I'm in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use a technical term for the color, Viridian.
Laddie. This isn't the North Star now, is it?
Roar. Hello, Sting. Roar.
I know. I graduated junior high, okay? Look, oh, this is about working in the fields, isn't it?
Working in the fields?
I presume he wanted to say field work, I hope.
That's it. Thanks, buddy. I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all your faces to be red when you realize this mistake, right, Fat? Or to use a technical term, crimson like. Ouch. 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 Ouch.
Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man.
Refrain from whipping me, please, +1. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. I'm just going to get so many... I'm using the wrong voice. Fuck.
Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. That's all the fucking hockey references because he's Canadian. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now.
Well, this is too much for me.
Well, let's have a very quick drink. Oh, right.
I was at the lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up either. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now on IAG.
Witness, please refrain from talking directly to your lawyer during the testimony.
I'm just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? That's why I wasn't asked for my name and occupation or anything else.
Mr. Edgeworth, this seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. Wrong voice again.
Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex.
He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people.
Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything, every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy.
Well, then let us proceed with the cross-examination with no touching, thank you. We can delve into the other details at a later time. Well, I have a feeling he's not going to have much to say, so I'm just going to go straight to the one that's the obvious lie, which is that he never met anyone, because he met Phoenix there. So let's just submit it now.
Objection!
Now, Butts, I understand why you want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic and you cause all sorts of trouble.
I'm sorry.
But having just realized how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction.
Gee, are you trying to console me?
It certainly doesn't sound that way to me.
However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create.
Well, you're totally pinning this on me.
Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Mr. Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts.
That's right, me in the flesh.
Listen carefully, witness. Doesn't matter if you don't change your name, as long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. The reality will not change.
But what do you want me to do then?
Larry, what you need to do is change your inner self. For now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you.
Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. I'm not sure this is going especially well.
So I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder?
I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been around 10:30. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out of the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick.
Okay. So y'all certainly saw quite a lot, didn't y'all?
So what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire?
It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burned out, like almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains is what caused Nick to fall.
What did you say?
Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just got a cold.
I never know what that meant. If it should be called lucky or unlucky.
Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination. Right.
Hold it!
Let's press over to this.
What did you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half?
Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess.
Excited? Dare I even ask?
I've set the meeting time to 10 p.m., right? But I couldn't wait. I thought you might come early, too.
Well, it appears she didn't come at all in the end.
Because they never arranged the meet in the first place, did they?
Shut up! Don't go picking my fond memories apart. Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way. So every 20 minutes or so I went out to the bridge. I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her.
He's useless.
Hold it!
This light was, of course,
Lightning. Like, kapow! Like a slap from Naomi, honestly. A big bada boom. Ah!
Why did it like that?
Ah! That's more like a punch from Miranda.
Witness, did y'all actually see the lightning hit the bridge?
Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so I looked out at the bridge. Dusky Bridge was on fire.
Seeing that, what did you do?
What do you think? I was burning up, well, with a fire in my heart.
And that's why you went to look out at the bridge?
Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But it pretty much stopped snowing, so I don't know, I changed my mind.
I'm not sure I care for your forget-it attitude what you had at first, Witness.
There was still some thunder, so I went right away to check it out.
Hold it!
You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that?
Well, lightning fell, then the bridge caught fire, maybe around 5 minutes. I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out.
How far is the small shack you were in from the bridge?
Hold on. Oh, it pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about 5-minute walk.
How did the Dusky Bridge look when you got there?
Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids made during school camping trips can compare.
Why didn't you call anyone?
Larry, let me ask you one thing.
What is it, Edgy? What's with a serious face?
Why didn't you call anyone?
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one might try and tell someone. It's public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct?
Well, of course I thought of doing that.
So then, let's hear why you didn't.
Huh? Oh, yeah, okay, reason, my reason. It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have the time to, okay?
I'm half the bridge and Nick showed up like a minute later.
Hold it!
Claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright?
Yeah. I thought I'd better tell someone about this. But then Nick came up yelling about murder. I totally made me forget about the bridge. If I was pretty much out by then anyway.
After contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Right, okay, so it looks like we've got to evidence this. Or, actually no. Let's go back to this one. Nope, sorry.
Hold it!
And try the other option. Because usually we can try both options.
So you suddenly thought to check out the bridge. Does this mean that you initially had no intention of doing so?
Well, yeah, I guess it does. It was really cold. I didn't really want to go out there.
If that's the case, why did you change your mind? I would like to hear your reasoning.
In which case, please give a testimony to that effect, witness.
My reasoning? Okay, reasoning it is. I thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning.
Ah, fuck's sake. Okay. That's such a Larry statement. Maybe we were better with the other one.
Hold it!
Let's just check. Does the other one... Does this change actually which one we have?
Hold it!
See this one again? The bridge is into his right. Yeah, I thought I'd better tell someone about this, then Nick came up from the murder and we forget about the bridge. Fire was pretty much out by then anyway. That does say around 30 minutes past between the fire starting and going out, so that's the one we need. So it is that one.
Objection!
There we go.
Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not.
Hey, Edgy, you make me sound like some sort of alien.
But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time.
Never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with him? Terrible at those.
This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went out to see what happened. Is this correct?
Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less.
I have the weather data here from the night of the murder. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45. You see, it took less than 5 minutes to the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there around 11.
That sounds about right, yeah.
And Nick showed up and did his falling act.
Oh, Nick showed up and did the falling act.
That is impossible.
What do you mean?
11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in has the Kura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There's no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time.
Oh, gonna sneeze. The look I got from this cat when I sneezed. Jesus Christ, cat. Jesus Christ, cat.
Excuse me, I have an objection.
You do?
Gee, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry, I'm Loris.
It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. Sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that.
Watch your footing there, Miss Francesca Van Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. But there is still no way that Wright would have been at the Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m.
And why not?
It's clearly written here that the weather did the report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15.
Which means what exactly?
Wright did not see the bridge. Wright was being consumed by flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11, but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and tell us the whole truth now. Then, what happened during those missing 15 minutes?
I feel like I just got woken up brutally with some toilet splashback. Guess I was still sleeping after all. Pinch me.
Order.
Ah!
So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that much of a problem.
Yeah, not much of a problem at all.
Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there is a phone right next to it. Why then? Do not report the accident. Yes, witness. Sorry, wrong voice.
Yeah, witness, why didn't y'all? Were you there to simply watch the bridge burn?
And therein lies the problem. For even if after the bridge had burnt out, it was still there. Staring into space, this witness did not even attempt to fulfill his civic duty.
That's what it sounds like.
Ah, but this is Larry we are talking about. And even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction.
Edgy, I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude.
Just as I thought, you've been playing with us this whole time.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all?
Yes.
I maybe really say it every time.
Then say it.
I have to think every time what the Mirth's voice sounds like. Very well, I have a terribly bad feeling about this, however. Let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for this 15-minute gap, what were y'all doing, witness? Oh, let's drink. I'm a donim. Sorry.
I'm a donim. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up in a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling had transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the flames had gone out and he came running up.
I suppose artists can be strange folks. Well, thank y'all.
That's right, I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch.
Mr. Edgeworth, does this remove the last of y'all doubts?
Not at all, Your Honor. There's one very large doubt still remains.
And what would that be?
It is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. Why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him.
You'll regret this, Edgy.
Let's see what he's got to say if we press that.
Hold it!
Sketchy. The burnt bridge.
The burning bridge and everything that came with it.
What? Came with it?
You want to hear this from my lips, don't you, Edgy? You'll regret this, as sketchy mine is.
Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's look at the sketch. How bad can it be?
Harry, what if you got to show us your sketch, please?
Well, even if I couldn't imagine this turned out like this.
Imagine what?
Lawrence Durham's debut would take place here today like this.
Oh. Show it now.
Okay, but still yourself. This is the world of Lawrence Durham.
Well, so this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Calma.
Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected.
Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames, I really did.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sure y'all did. Mysterious flying object.
Harry,
What?
burning bridge is fine. But what is that unfortunate looking figure?
Oh, you spotted that. I thought you might.
However much I might want to ignore it, I can't.
It's Iris, of course. Iris. I wish she'd taken better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know. What would have happened to her if she'd injured herself flying like that?
Harry, please answer the next question honestly.
Okay.
Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over the bridge that was engulfed in flames?
Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I threw it. I'm an artist, a real artist.
Are you high?
Are you high going? She's really quite high up in this picture. Well, what was that for?
This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory.
Please whip your own cheek from now on if you would. Wrong voice. Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly.
Actually, there are some precedents for this.
She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge at least. It was really something to see.
This has to be some kind of... This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring this witness back down to earth.
What? Me?
This witness is your friend, is he not?
Accessory to...
Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth.
Let us get back to the cross-examination by force, if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, what do you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me. Now hurry up and cross-examine him. Oh, her hood can't have been fluttering because she gave her hood to someone else.
Harry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care.
In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I do exactly what I saw. I'll give you the whole $1. That's the truth.
If that is truly the case, then there is one thing that we can say for certain.
Well, what might that be?
The person who flew over the bridge would not have been the defendant either.
What? How do you mean? I don't understand. Yeah.
A foolhardy folly for a foolish statement by an equally foolhardy fool. However, exactly, can you make this claim?
Tell us, laddie, according to this picture, the individual who you say you saw wearing the hood, correct?
Of course she was. That run-down shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that a floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris. Iris is a darling hood.
It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the ones at the fence's bench.
Harry, there's something you need to be aware of. The night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. Given it to Wright as a gift. You would change your story now, perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight.
What are you talking about?
I think you understand what I mean just fine.
Why did Nick have Iris's hood?
What?
Gee, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why you, Nick, you dog?
I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited, and discarded straight into the garbage.
What is it now, witness?
It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Reggie, today is the day I get to completely stupefy you.
What?
What is the meaning of your outburst, witness?
I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence.
Definitive?
Evidence?
Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge. And I, Loris Stoneham, shall prove it.
I did expect to ask this again.
But we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch. I mean, as possible. And show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality.
Okay, I hope you're ready, Eddie. Because I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain!
You've been serving as a whopping serving of pain this whole time, trust me.
Okay.
When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, I so frantically searched all over for her. That led to me finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost the crystal sphere that night.
Crystal sphere being the purple gem from the staff?
This one, pretty in it, but finders keepers.
That sphere. Where did you find it?
Let me see. Around here somewhere. Looks about right.
It was half buried in the snow.
It had pretty much stopped snowing by then. But there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge.
God accepts his crystal sphere.
That's mine, okay? I want it back afterward.
There's something on it. Am I? It's blood.
You ready, Eddie? By tomorrow morning you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that, but no one's gonna push me around anymore.
Oh, the beautiful crystal sphere. You can just get over with the picture of it's a face that has the thing in it that he took in secret.
Objection! Larry, that night there was someone who lost the crystal sphere.
There was? Who? Who was this stupid idiot?
Miss Elise Dunham, the mentor to a stupid idiot.
The victim?
I have a photo of her here. And at the end of her staff you can see a familiar looking crystal sphere.
Hey, that's my photograph. Give it back. Oh,
A crystal sphere like that is easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch.
In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime.
Wow, the crystal sphere. It's gone.
what? What?
What is it?
Just what does that smell mean?
If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it was certainly not Iris, after all. She was not wearing her hood, more importantly. The crystal sphere was found at the landing site, was not hers either.
Well, that means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Dunham.
Objection!
Say it all with me now.
A fool alongside another fool and foolish elements will reach another foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus this was rejected.
You can't do that. I saw it with my own two eyes.
And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring.
You honestly believe that?
Give it some thought and I'm sure you realize it. It's as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dunham was in her room the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to the case. That is all.
Objection! Miss Francesca von Karma. Only people who will accept that explanation and scatterbrained and clowns.
Why are you pointing at me?
The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of the murder. Yet you expect us to believe it has nothing to do with the case?
Objection!
That crystal sphere was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder.
After the murder?
There is blood on the crystal sphere, Inda. This naturally suggests it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent. It's the exact same reason why you threw that ridiculous sketch.
What? You mean I'm the killer? Well, no,
All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless it can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case.
She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Dunham left as a Kura Temple that night. However, if somehow the crystal sphere can be proven to have dropped before the victim was killed, in this case it's good to transform it to something else entirely. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth. I want your final opinion of the disposition of the crystal sphere. It is not related to the case and is the witness that you called.
Sorry.
Not related to the case, and the witness of the call will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth.
Can I prove it? Can I prove the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place?
Probably, yeah. At least try first, don't I?
Can I prove it? I think the issue to simply prove it. That's the only option. That is what you do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this.
Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I'll prove this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving the case.
You will do what?
Look in your eyes.
That look in your eyes, you remind me of Phoenix Wright when he's cornered.
It should come as no surprise.
I want you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. Okay, let's have a... That's what we got. Half covered in snow. It wouldn't be half covered in snow if it wasn't dropped before the snow.
Take that! The crystal sphere was half buried in snow, correct?
That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it.
That is all I needed to hear from you, Larry. The testimony makes one thing quite clear.
What?
When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly.
Snowing?
On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. Order! The night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge. There, something occurred that caused the star crystal to come loose.
What could that have been?
The sphere. There is some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge.
The murder didn't take place in the Hazazuka Temple or courtyard. Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness.
Who is a fool with which body so foolish with Miss Van Kamp?
Have you been paying attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. He saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Kura Temple courtyard.
That's not exactly true now, is it? To put it more precisely, what you saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. That's there.
That's the same thing.
No, it really isn't. You said it yourself.
Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. You want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from the body? That would be when the blade is removed.
That statement is the truth. And Dusky Bridge would easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding.
You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Eliza Dunham's body was found in Hazuka Temple. Once put, it takes 15 minutes traveling from Dusky Bridge to Hazuka Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way?
Now they use the fucking snowmobile. Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Be sure the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazazuka. has a Kura Temple. This time it is the track sport.
On that snowy night, there is only one way the body could have been moved. The snowmobile. We know the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the mother rat, but it could also have been used to carry a body.
Order! Ah!
This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edward. You dug yourself in your own grave.
What do you mean?
The only one that could have used the snowmobile, the defendant. He's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin?
Cat, please don't lean on my keyboard.
You're too late, Francesca von Karma. In fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. They have shown that this case requires further investigation.
What?
There was the victim, Eliza de Dunham, really killed. If her body was moved, whatever for. And finally, just what does this image mean?
Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it.
This witness certainly sits somewhere in the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he could never utter the lie that could hurt a girl whom he has enamored. He drew this, so it is actually something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point.
Reggie, thank you.
That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Grr, grrr. It seems to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Francesca von Karma, you make a wonderful partner.
Excuse me?
There was once a reason and one alone for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case and pass it on to Wright.
Really? That's what this is all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had the fancy whipping me all around.
Miles Edgeworth. I don't care.
I don't care I don't care about what you were here to do. This is my one chance to finally grind you under my heel.
It's a shame that your chance seems to have slipped me by.
What a shame. Ah.
This is all your fault.
This is all your fault. Such terrible witness. You're an affront to all the legal system stands for. I demand satisfaction.
Seems Larry's blasting off again.
I cannot believe that. Wrong accent. There we go. I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to the actual event. However, there is to be a sort of answer for the question raises. Have his words here today been truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, for those are the matters that shall be addressed. I'm counting on thorough investigators by both the defense and the prosecution. The rest is up to you, Wright. Court is now adjourned.
To be continued. Investigation. Let's have a quick drink before we. Oh no, not the Hottie Clinic. I'm still up at this hour reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor Mia Fey ever handled in the court of law. It's a horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I read I don't want to believe. What is written here, this isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River Ice, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns and my head is on fire. I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him somehow. February the 9th. Dusky Bridge.
Right, you're sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Well, maybe Viriton, in artist speak. Actually, my fever has
gone down quite a bit.
How is your temperature now? Only 102 degrees, nothing to worry about. Cough, cough, cough.
Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances.
We're not in the clear yet. The main point of the contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon.
Yeah.
In the end, the weapon I cannot pronounce the name of did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means that there must be another sword hunting out there we do not know about.
Another sword, huh?
Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself or eat my coat.
Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There is something I want to look into.
And that is?
Our client's background, naturally. The main Irish son. I have the feeling that we have met before. All I want is confirmation one way or the other. Since I probably won't be getting that from you.
I'm sorry, Edgeworth.
I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. I guess I should get moving too.
Why? Do you need to be somewhere?
Yeah, I've got to get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm making something up so we can get across to the other side.
May is still stuck in over there.
But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all said, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you, guys. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough.
No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off.
Hang in there, Maya. I'll get you as I promise. But in the meantime, I've got some collecting to do. Alright, well, let's look over here what we've got. Kura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line, and there aren't any other houses in the area, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I'd brought my cell phone with me. Now it reads more of a dusty bridge than dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. That thing looks ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. There's a narrow path going down a different direction than the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write a Heavenly Hall on the signpost. Alright. Let's move to... let's do Heavenly Hall first. Larry! Loris. Let's have a look. So we've got a picture of Larry. Look at this graffiti scroll right in the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. Right, what's in the dock? It's the famous Eagle River I got to try out. It's Rough Rapids the other night. They say it had a really strong current, and they weren't kidding. It's both powerful and fast flowing. I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky not to be dead. That stuff is really ruining the beautiful atmosphere around here. It's so inappropriate, like Sister Bikini in a bikini. Shudder. I've got to think of the kittens. What? Got to think of the kittens. What kittens? Snow is really piled up on the straw roof. It's otherworldly, like something out of a fairy tale. Well, the roof part anyway. Sign says Heavenly Hall. I guess it's pretty fitting when you spend a night in this little freezing shack. Probably find yourself at the pearly gates by morning. These steps lead up to the foot of Dusky Bridge. Coming down is a clinch, but going back up doesn't look like a walk in the park. Starting to understand why rivers always want to flow downstream, not up. Okay. That's Dusky Bridge up there. It's amazing how clearly you can see it from so far away. Larry supposedly saw everything through the shack's window. Not much light gets down here. It must be pitch black at night. This area is probably illuminated by night because of the burning bridge above. Can we go inside? No, we can't. There's nothing else down here. No, there's nothing else down here. Okay, well I guess we're going back to the bridge. What time are we at? I should probably go and wake me up in a minute, because that is 5 to 4, and I said I'd wake her about 4. So let's go to the main gate first. Oh, if we get chatting to someone, we'll just wait. Come on, please, it's for... It's probably going to be Larry.
Come on, please, it's for art's sake, I swear.
Yep.
Talking about a heroine here. The heroine in my book, it'll make you famous. Ah.
Enough! A fool's only foolish accepting the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright?
Huh? Me?
Wait
Wait a second, I know you. You're... Ow.
Your reflexes and mind need to shape up.
Francie, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Also, I'm told.
But that horse isn't that one of your American sayings?
No, it's not. I'm not on the brink of anything.
Come on, Nick, tell her, would you? Tell her she needs the model for my new picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Whip Trip.
Jesus Christ, no.
Before you ask me the model, learn to at least give some semi-coherent testimony.
Before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry.
I don't care what anyone says, I'm telling the truth, I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh! Just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize.
Off he goes.
It's amazing to see how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright.
Right, well, before I get into talking to it, I'm going to go wake her up, because that's 5 minutes for it. Said I would. So, I'm going to do that, so don't worry about it. So, I will very quickly be right back. And I will have to distract this poor cat. It's been trying desperately to sleep on me for the past hour. So, I will be back in 2 minutes. And when I'm back, we will continue this nonsense. So, back in 2 minutes. I'll just be right back when it's ready. There we go. Alright, I'm back. Apologies for taking a little bit longer there. Just had to look after Meow because she's not feeling well. So, where were we? We were talking to Von Karma, weren't we? Have you been in Germany all this time? Should...
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, God, this is far brighter than it should be. Should be better there. Right side on rather than fully pointing at my mirror-like face.
That's right. Extending my perfect win record naturally. I am Francesca Von Karma, the prodigy. Boom, 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 boom.
Let's not try and do anymore. I see.
I gave up a promising career in Germany to come here to this country for the sole reason. Revenge.
Yes, we've played through this game, we know her history. I know it likes doing the no one left behind, but still. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father.
Phoenix Wright, you will fall before... Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear?
Yes, Crystal.
In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense.
Edgeworth? Come to think of it.
Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case is of special significance to you.
Because it does.
And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you to teensy-weensy pieces all the better.
It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile, it's almost kind of cute. Ow.
No smirking.
No whipping the sick. All together now.
That foolish fool doing a foolish favor for such a foolish, foolish fool.
What song have I put in your head, Meow?
Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only, to pulverize you.
It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know?
I went over the whole case file and the flight over.
You read the whole thing?
Yep. Every last word of the last sentence and every last paragraph. That is kinda how reading works, but never mind. All the ridiculous things you did to make it interesting read, you know? Attempting to cross the burning bridge. Did you ever consider the dangers?
No. The only thought in my head was I have to get across.
A fool doesn't think he's more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks.
Right. Do you have anything to say about this drawing, this terrible drawing? Chooses to help. Okay. Will you tell us about any people? Nope. Larry maybe? No? Nope. Let me ask about Godo. Nope. Can't ask anyone. Bow 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 bada bow 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 bada bow bow bow. That's Invaders Must Die. Or at least a terrible attempt at it. It was the only one that came to mind first of all because it has the "We are the prodigy" in it, and that's what I went from. Anyway, main hall. Yep, that's all that matters as long as someone gets it. Yeah, most of the Prodigy's back catalogue that actually makes it into jukeboxes is worth putting on. That's one long sigh. Oh, it's Sister Bikini.
My, I didn't know you were here. How you doing? Wahahaha, wahahaha.
You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake.
I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elsie die. There's Iris as well. There's the Acolyte stuck in the inner temple. She's been stuck there for 3 days. No one really cares. This is Maya. Maya must get stuck at least once a year in something that means she can't eat for 3 days. And that poor little girl's gone missing too. She'll probably reappear. You know, instead of being like 7, she'll be like 40 with massive tits, because that's what happens when someone possesses her.
That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you?
Yeah, I'm afraid I do. Sorry, that's the wrong accent there. Let's try that again. Yeah, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the accident.
Pearls? She's missing?
I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself.
Are you talking about your performance at the trial today?
You believe me, don't you? I'm no a liar, I'd never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elsie's body that night. I'm certain at least I was until this morning.
So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden?
You know the artist who testified against me.
I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Felt like I might start flying myself.
When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I'd acted just like him when I was in the witness stand. I wouldn't take the guy too seriously.
Oh, I wouldn't take the guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. And they both didn't see what they think they saw. That's a common theme in our games. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple, is that correct?
That's right, I'm sure it was Iris.
Iris claims she was in her room.
I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night.
Because you did, Maya's stuck all by herself in the inner temple.
Yeah, so sorry. Drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad.
I'll bet.
Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know.
Earthquakes?
Aye, I wouldn't be surprised the next big one levels the training hall. But still, there's really no need to worry. The area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island.
It's like an island? How so?
Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest.
I see.
So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she would have to stay there.
That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer, and there's no way to escape either.
Oh dear. Aye, I suppose it does. Yeah.
I'm curious about a few things if you don't mind answering some questions.
Oh, you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something?
No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elsie Dunham.
I'm afraid I don't know her waist size or her bust size for that matter.
No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training.
Aye, my, you make it sound like this place is sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mr. Kelsey was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know.
There, you did it again. Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Miss Denham as Mystic Elsie.
Oh. Aye.
Yeah, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte.
Well, we addressed all our visitors as Mystic. It makes our experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect the elders, you know.
How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Oh. Stop some Cyclops! Oh god. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess?
Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Pearls.
She was with Miss Dunham the night of the murder, remember?
Aye, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either.
There's only one place where Pearls could be. She has to be there. Alright, well, let's move to the courtyard then. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there's some clues yet to be found. Examine. Look at the blood. Gonna sneeze again, one second. Apologies for that. Yeah. It wasn't proven in court today that wasn't a murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Miss Dunham's staff. Definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. Yes, Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of the Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? You get quite a bit of snow up here in Eagle Mountain. Around here, the skis aren't for fun, they're tools for getting around, but the sled, that's got to be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. You see. Ladder! The main gate's on the other side of the stone wall, elevation 10 feet, that's how steep the hillside is, and that's from the height the body fell from. Is it possible that Miss Dunham was pushed up from the top of the wall? Well, there really ain't in here. Let's go back then. Ah, fuck.
Hey. What was that jarring and considerably loud yell? So this is where you've been. You've been nice and warm, I see.
Detective, have you finished repairing
the bridge? Yeah, I did. Told you I'd let you know. Well, I'll come along with you and, sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry or access is restricted to people involved in the case.
There's something on the box on the left. I will have a look at that.
Involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but there's nothing I do.
It's been a while, Scruffy.
It's Miss Fun to the Karma. Sister, please leave the investigation to me.
Oh. Sister, please leave the investigation to me.
My, you certainly seem to have it under control. I am on you.
I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. What are you daydreaming around, Phoenix Wright? Ow.
Ow, that hurt.
Silence! I, Francisco Von Karma, will personally guide you through the investigation. So you will follow me.
Alright, well, let's move back to the courtyard. Do you mean this box? This is a lantern. A few of the stone lanterns scattered around the courtyard that the city glare to compete with. I imagine they seem a lot brighter. Guess Sister Bikini would light them now since ours can't be here. I don't think there's anything else. Skis have been done. Oh, something up there. The building up there is the main hall. That's where we were staying. It sits kind of funny because it's built on such a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, the rooms above me are on the ground floor. Apparently Miss Dunham was staying in the corner room. Guess that's where she was pushed from that night. Okay. Yeah, I think that's everything. I think it must have been just that lantern. Alright. Let's go to the main hall. I need to ask you. So let's move to main gate. And nothing in the main gate, so let's move to suspension bridge. And let's move to inner temple gate. February 9th, inner temple gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before.
They must... Meow, that's right. They must have commenced with the investigation.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Pearls.
Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick!
So you were here ever since that night?
I was so lonely I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw the dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone.
It must have been...
Meow, it must have been very trying for you, little girl.
Ah, you're... I am Francesca.
I'm Francesca von Kama, the prodigy. Bow, 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 bow. There's no need to worry now, I'm here.
You're the prosecutor who was mean to Mystic Mayor last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Mystic Mayor didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you.
Ow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't say anything.
You didn't have...
You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away.
Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya?
Ah. I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls?
Mystic Mayor.
Hey, wait, Pearls, just ran off. Ow.
That was cruel, Phoenix, Wright? Make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable.
What's happened with Incinerator?
Mayor's dead, Mr. Nick. I cut her up and ate her.
Well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty.
How naive of...
Sorry.
Oh, naive are you, Phoenix, Wright?
But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Francesca von Karma? There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Oh, look.
Listen, Phoenix, Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name.
I was only copying you. Cute. Nothing really seems different, so let's,
This must be the door that leads to the inner temple, where Mayor Faye was training the night of the murder.
Yes, there's a solitary room in here called the training hall.
You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix, Wright. Ow. You're completely out of shape. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet?
Yeah, she's supposed to be in here training.
Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen.
What's that? That strange lock. Giving off strange vibes. Well, let's look at the shit that's been smeared on the poster of the mother.
What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright?
It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... a woman?
A woman? I don't see any woman here.
It's a different smell! It's gravy. I'm glad they said it's gravy, because you know what everyone else thinks it is.
What's the matter?
The scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. I see.
Ah, yes, there's a very appetizing smell in the air.
2-day-old gravy does not smell appetizing.
But gravy is a type of sauce. When you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see.
No one does that. For starters, it stinks. Must be the gravy that had to do with the roast in the night of the incident. Why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Antique dresser.
Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes and for acolytes.
Thought we weren't opening it.
I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything.
Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Look at all these wafer-thin mattresses.
I'm sorry, Phoenix Wright. Wafer thin?
Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable. That's how we describe things like these mattresses. I guess you must say wafer thick or something back in Germany.
None about these mattresses, certainly not.
Well, I guess we better look at the lock then. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, the weird lock wasn't on it.
Those chains, it's almost like the garden something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before.
I have. They look like cyclocks. What took you so long? I thought even you'd managed to get here faster than this. Oh, it's Godo.
I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Trite.
Prosecutor Godo? I didn't know you were here.
Prosecutor?
How come you didn't show...
Well, how come you didn't show up at the trial today?
Huh? I could ask you the exact same question.
Huh? I had a cold, so...
I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of even understanding.
That Mr. Creosote sketch is indeed super gross, yes.
Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. But you are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial?
Who's the wild mare, Trite?
This is Miss Von Karma. She's the acting prosecutor in your absence today.
Huh? Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins.
Just who do you think you are? My case is mine.
This is mine.
Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go home.
Phoenix Wright!
What are you hitting me for?
You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite.
What?
You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion you'll never be able to undo.
Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it?
I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death.
You died?
Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. Meticulous regeneration and adjustments of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live till ripe old age, huh? Even someone like me.
So you mean that mask you wear is...
This liquid device, I promise, is not a fashion statement in my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face.
I didn't know.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with this huge goggles in my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this pretty worn out piece of junk of a body going for regular servicing.
I'm sorry, but, you say you experienced death? How's that possible? What happened?
Why don't you ask him?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, that's right, you. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me.
Well,
Yeah.
well, Phoenix Wright, do you?
I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Goro was killed.
It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Troy?
Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly?
The inner temple here is on the side of the Dusky Bridge, an isolated island. And I wonder, Troy, do you know what the police are doing here today?
What do you mean?
They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing.
Missing?
As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Mayor Fay is not on this side of the Dusky Bridge.
Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and...
I won't say it again. The chances of being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place.
One?
The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of being found alive are slim at best.
No.
Which means, Trite, that you send me a fate to her death.
You fool.
If that's the situation, why aren't you in there right now with the search party?
You must have been blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chain? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again...
The fuck was that? Something massive just landed next to me. Don't know what it was.
Once again, because of you, a woman dies.
Again? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. And do you know who that was? It was Mayor Fay's sister. That's right, Mia Fay.
Mia?
You killed her.
No, that's not how it was.
It was 2 years ago. Mayor Fay was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew, and she made a very dangerous enemy.
I got that guy, personally.
Sure, Miss Fay's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back.
Well, no, but...
You were with her at the time, you were nowhere else. It was your responsibility, you should have protected her.
Aye.
You say Mia Fay was your teacher. Well then, I say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of life, and now you'll let her sister suffer the same fate.
What is this, what's this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It'll be a simple matter of...
I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. Repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would, well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past, huh?
Very well. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key?
Huh? Sure, just show me where the keyhole is in this trick lock.
There's no keyhole?
That's right. Interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this This lock is the only one who can open it.
And who was it?
Simple, the accused.
What? Iris?
When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. May her favors in to train in there. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. So, I should be getting back to work.
Wait, hold on. How sure about Maya are you?
There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Listen up, Wright. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never.
Well, he's a bundle of joy, isn't he?
You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright.
That's what everyone says. Those chains, almost they're guarding something inside.
Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before.
I assume we can't just use any of this stuff. Alright. There's nothing else we can examine here, so I guess we'll move outside. I don't know, should I or shouldn't I? Talking to himself, where's that coming from? Oh, it's him.
Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain is driving me nuts. Ah! Something troubling.
Meow! Is something troubling you, Scruffy?
Please don't wake me out all of a sudden, sir.
It's merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder. With my whip.
What's up, Gumshoe?
So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind?
How did you know, pal?
Perhaps you decide if you want to wash that off or not.
How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay?
You mean the one that has no entry on it?
Yeah, kind of already snuck in there.
So what's behind there, Scruffy?
Kind of garden-like garden.
A garden?
Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep on. Not telling you, I'm asking you. Got me? Well, see you later.
So.
Shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright?
Sorry, just something weird from the cats.
There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is.
It's a strange waiting on the stone lantern.
Ah!
What are you doing here, sir? I thought you said you can't come in here.
Don't you know, Scruffy? Avant Karma will always show up whenever there's a clue. And there's plenty of clues to be found here.
But,
How's the Inner Temple investigation going?
the best forensics team in the world working in the place.
Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study?
Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good.
Simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'd let you get away with that?
Uh-oh. Well, there was a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct?
Oh.
That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct?
They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. I got the lab boys to look him over. Results were kind of hard to say, actually.
But Maya.
Oh, did Mr. Godo not tell you yet?
Yes, we heard.
He's got the search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could be at this bridge on this side of the dusky bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal.
Edgeworth?
He's escorting Irish, the defendant over here.
We'll have to wait since she's the only one that can open the door of the sacred cabin.
Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal.
Huh? I wonder what it is now.
Don't be expecting good news when you talk to him. I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth started so down I felt like I was drowning.
Let's have a look around there. What is that? It's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too.
Apparently it belonged to the victim.
To Elsa, do you know?
Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. Around the lady's neck. And so the cord were found on both the victim and this charm match exactly.
Alright, well let's look at the... What in the heck is that?
Uh-oh, now you spotted it, I'm down.
You kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious.
He says, Mayor.
Says Maya.
Yeah, and before the work is written in blood. We'll answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. So these letters are written in blood?
Yeah, of course it's the victim's blood.
Huh? Is this Denham's blood?
We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way.
Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why is Maya's name written upside down?
You know what? That is really bothering me too. I just came up with an answer, the result of my own special gumshoe investigation.
Really do tell.
Well, on the night of the murder, the stone lantern was upside down.
Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elsie Durham wrote these letters herself in her own blood. You must be joking.
The writing on the victim's blood and the other clues left behind. It seems very likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elsie Durham's murder. At least that's our current theory is how events took place, pal.
What? So Miss Durham was killed here?
However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now.
Then what Sister Bikini saw in the temple and the courtyard in the main temple was...
Well, what was it? So it wasn't the scene of the crime. What did she see?
What would she see?
What do you think? It's fun, Karma.
Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer no.
But wait a sec, the body writing and all.
Oh, wait a sec, the body writing and all the other clues here. Someone could easily have set that up after the murder, right?
Sorry, but that's not an option.
Why not?
How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright? Ever since the incident occurred, the place has been pretty inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here about. Yeah. I knew it. I know it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. That thing must have been worn by the victim. There's no other way of looking at it.
You mean because of the matching cord found around the victim's neck?
Yeah, I bet it was one of those things she always wore. I've got this safe driving charm I've been wearing for over a year now. If you ever get into an accident, it guarantees it'll be the other guy's fault. There's a circus today in Kura. All thanks to this little sketch.
At the risk of repeating myself, you really ought to choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright.
Okay, I know Larry's a bit out there, but he genuinely wants to help Iris. I'm sure of that. He wouldn't have produced this for no good reason.
You are nothing more than a marshmallow on the inside. You, both of you.
There are a couple of torches here. I guess I'm gonna light you up in the mountains.
Yeah, I was looking at those things, man. They look like they've been lit pretty recently.
Recently? How recent are we talking about?
Recent as the night of the murder.
Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. That's almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally.
Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow.
Oh, wrong voice.
No doubt it was you, Scruffy.
Huh?
No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like this when my men and I got to start the investigation.
Oh, that's unlucky, AJ.
Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. It's between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's a top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it?
Is this gonna be his wizard thing again?
Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed I picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, when I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch.
Is that it?
That's it. Ah!
Little lantern, a little statue.
Just an quaint little garden.
Oh.
What is this huge bowl over here for?
I know the one, it's a water bowl, isn't it?
Everything else is completely frozen over, but this ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder what any impact on the case.
I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy.
Next time you're sleepy, you'd only come to me, got it?
Hello, Luffy. Hey. You're not going to attack him. No. Yeah, here we go. Something else.
Seems you have a visitor.
Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you.
Gordo managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency.
Not him again.
Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked up in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later?
Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. So see you later, Wright.
Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys.
Sorry, Wright, I can't allow you to come with us. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but my affair is in a rather delicate position.
What do you mean by a delicate position?
This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere.
Come on, Edgeworth.
If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right?
It's Maya.
Mr. Wright, all that matters is Mrs. Mayer's rescued, correct?
Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright.
From now on, consider anything beyond the skippers to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us.
It's no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. And the other things that demand your attention.
Thanks for reminding me. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk since last I saw her.
Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini?
My, hello you two, how you doing? Wahaha. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome, crimson-clad prince. It's just courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault. All this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her?
Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain.
Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Bluesuit doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see.
Huh? Me? Ah.
Glad.
Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular.
You two are the only ones that said that to me.
Do you have a problem, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Guess it's time to break those psych locks of ours. Okay, well, if you think we can break them, then let's break them.
Take that!
Alrighty. What do we have? Okay. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming incredibly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss L.C. Dunham has special significance in this temple. As to why she has special significance, I believe that's to do with her true identity.
What on earth are you talking about?
What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mr. Kelsey was an author, just an author of picture books.
To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her.
Suspicions?
Yes, but I didn't want to have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Dunham's true identity. Mr. Rome has this charm with her at all times.
Ah, where did you?
Isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then what do you think
it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean?
It's a talisman, is it? Interesting.
Oops.
This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Duckman really was. This talisman and one other item univocal prove Miss Dunoxum's true identity. I have a feeling it's this. Maybe I'm wrong. So I think. You know what? We're at full. Let's just try it. Try it.
Take that!
Painting is obscured by gravestone at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Kura channeling technique. The crest at the top is the sign of that honourable title. The very same crest that adorns this talisman the very victim carried with it. This crest is reserved for the master of Kura.
Who else told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about.
The new master, Mayor Fay, told me.
What? What? You mean the acolyte is Misty Fay's
Daughter? Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty's only sole successor.
Mystic Misty.
Well, that was easier than I expected.
Mr. Gillis graced me with her presence about a week ago. She showed me the talisman with that mark on it. Well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all.
What is the significance of this talisman, sister?
The Kurain talisman is the symbol of the Master of Kurain. The bearer must always carry it with them until their death. Till their death. So at least Denham was really Maya.
So at least Dylan was really Maya's mother, huh?
She was Misty Faye, the master of the Korean channeling technique.
This comes out at last.
Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding.
What happened?
Well, what's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness, the inner temple is gonna tremor, mate. Inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall, it might well cave in.
What?
Hey,
It seems to have passed. We can't just stand around here and do nothing. Let's go.
what? Where?
To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini will finish this later, alright?
Aye, of course you don't know that. People may have been hurt. Might get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix, Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you.
Thank you.
You look worried that you're thinking about my Sedgwick.
Come on, let's go.
Right.
What are you doing here?
How could I have? How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up?
Ow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped?
She's gone.
No.
Defended Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What?
So it was just now during the... His fear of earthquakes.
Should have done better than to just got the defendant alone. As soon as they glanced at the trending, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out.
That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it?
That's no excuse for letting my suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is dead-end. She could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get the man under the way now and search the Eagle Mountain from top to bottom.
Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet?
Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross.
No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth.
What are you talking about?
Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake.
You think Iris must have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation?
Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's in the inner temple and Manhunt is not necessary.
Right.
Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to training Hell's sacred cavern now.
Alright, let's go.
February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what have we found?
Was something none of us could have expected.
It's all about the locks. Alright.
How can there be even more locks?
What is the meaning of this? Iris? Iris, please tell me. What the hell's going on?
To be continued.
Ba ba da ba ba ba. Oh, I keep forgetting it's changed. Alright, let's rock onwards.
Right, is this what Koto was talking about?
Yeah, trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me.
What?
I know there was only one lock when I came in here last.
Now, you're saying that we can't undo the new locks?
Quickly. Alright, AJ. You take care, man. Catch you later.
You're saying you can't undo the new locks?
Yes.
If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're the one to talk to with your face all green.
Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself.
You're ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine.
There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth.
Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth.
He's got so much pride, he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden.
Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective in the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles.
I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris?
No, not at all.
Why did you make a run for it, Iris?
I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried I just had to come see.
In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that.
I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but...
But what?
And I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put in on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are sacred treasure of the Kura tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it.
And you aren't the one who set these locks.
I don't think it's that simple, Francesco Macari. When we were here first, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them.
What does that mean?
It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably, they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one.
Yes, that is correct.
Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there a way around this?
Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. Suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them, but...
It'll take time, won't it?
Yes, about a day if I had to guess.
A whole day?
Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. You do it for us.
Sure, I'll do whatever I can.
You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get.
And what might that be, Phoenix Wright?
I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in the room with the Kura Temple at the time of the incident, but you were seen that same evening in the inner temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in the Kura Temple too.
Being spotted at the Kura Temple and the inner temple,
It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Oh, more Cyclops. I knew it. Something going on we don't know about here. We can't talk to her about anything else. Question is, do we try these, there we go. I think considering this is a new part, I think we should maybe try somewhere else. So So let's go back to... Let's go talk to what's his face in the garden. No, there's nothing here. Let's go to the garden. The cops are still coming to the place that they look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too if I got me a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter, mutter.
How could I have done that?
Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgewood?
Ah!
Hey, don't you dare run away.
What do you want, Wright?
What do I want?
You to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away.
You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris.
Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible.
Well, let's hear about it. You guys are putting a lot of effort into investigation of the garden here, huh?
There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why.
You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow?
Exactly. As you know, these things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely
you don't suspect.
Maya, do you?
Maya, do you?
We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right?
So, I guess you still haven't got over your fear of earthquakes.
No. Though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath.
It started with a big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in an elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. With private oxygen, we passed out. That's when it happened. Single gunshot shattered my whole life.
Oh, I should be reading into this accident. Apologies. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years.
It's more than 17 years now. That case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right?
You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined it could be so wrong about myself in my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before.
So you went back to Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file?
Yes, I checked her over every case file I ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before 6 years ago.
6 years ago?
It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare.
So, who is she?
I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public.
Why not? That'd be a crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case.
The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris of the Kura Temple. And neither did the case. No, the woman is completely unrelated to this murder.
Unrelated?
Yes, I can say that with complete confidence.
You're wrong, Edgeworth.
She's totally related to the case.
There's nothing to say about that. Alright, who's here? It's weird that there was no one around all of a sudden. I'm sure it gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're on your own. Speaking of what, I'm gonna sneeze again in a second. Apologies for that. Mayfair friend lies sulking there again. Alright, well I guess we'll move to Heavenly Hall then. February 9th, Heavenly Hall.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Pearls, what are you doing here?
Nothing. That was about Mr. Mayor. Is she alright?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick?
Larry?
This is the loser's shack where losers get together to lose themselves.
Is this the what?
Hey, we found comfort in those failures, okay? You got a problem with that?
Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Loris did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls.
We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. We'll stay out on our way. No one believes a word I say anymore. If you're me, Pearl, you don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll just only let you down.
Oh, Mystic Mayor.
Now, is there something you want to tell me about this picture?
I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore.
Alright then, what do you think of this picture, Pearls?
I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing.
See, someone appreciates it's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know.
It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's kind of like a dream, a wonderful fantasy.
No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night.
But Mr. Loris...
Not you too, please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. Okay, so I was half asleep and I was there that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It's exactly like I drew in the picture. Hey, what's that look of doubt on your face?
Pearls?
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you and what exactly were you doing when it all happened?
I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick?
Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Denham's room reading a book together. But Miss Denham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. So what exactly happened that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick.
Oh, not more fucking locks.
I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished.
What are you talking about?
My spiritual power, it's disappeared.
What? What do you mean your power has disappeared?
It's all over for me. Spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint.
Hey, what are you looking at me for?
Pearls, did you try and channel someone's spirit right here at Kura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps?
Wow. Way to go, Nick, you made her cry. That's really cool of you,
Okay. Do we just try the Cyclops straight away? Or do we go and come back? I don't think we have any information at all. And it must be something we've not picked up on yet. So, yeah, I think we have to go and talk to other people first. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. Bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Oh god. It's bouncing.
Well, what was the damage? How is the sacred cavern?
Looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. Talk to Sister Bikini all about it. All about the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern.
But who could have done that? The only people who know to set those trick locks are those of Korean tradition.
We have Iris at the Secret cavern, trying our best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Sister Bikini.
Oh yeah, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we?
Yes, you were telling me how the master of Kura disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple.
It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. She showed me a talisman that proved she was the master, and she said, someone is trying to destroy the Kura traditional's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them.
Someone was trying to destroy the main family line?
There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of Kura and adores the main family. All the mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have, and always will, plot to erase those of the main family line.
You believe in technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know the power is...
You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know the power is real.
Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya, and in that time I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times.
Kura technique has made a huge difference in the world, you know. I mean, the ability to communicate with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't suspect it's a tremendous skill?
I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now.
Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake.
Mistake? What mistake?
17 years ago, that everything came crashing down. All because of that incident.
The incident.
I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested, locked up of course. It was called the DL6 incident. We can't ever get fucking away from that fucking report. It's the name of the file.
DL6 incident. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago.
Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case.
A murder that took place 17 years ago.
It was the first time in the country's history that police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel a victim's spirit and learn the identity of the murderer. Through Misty's channeling, the name of the certain man surfaced. Armed with that evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty.
He was found not guilty, wasn't he?
That's right. He was, and the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case we had ever seen the Kura tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the jury, the people of Kura village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Misty's powers were a sham. And now, and then she's disappeared, vanished. While everyone still thought of her as a fraud. Fraud. My fucking voice is going one second.
That should be a bit better. Yep, there we go.
Well, everyone still thought of her as a fraud.
But I know the truth. Misty Face spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all.
Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Kura tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Spiritual power of the Kura channeling technique is in the blood. Maya told me the exact thing.
Oh, I said that thing before.
Yeah, we the women of the fake clan have always been spirit mediums. Because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. The main family bloodline stems directly from Mystic Amy. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master.
The ones who don't become branch families, right? We've said this 2 minutes ago.
That's right. It's always the cause of tragedy.
You know, Mia had a sister too, the old sister named Mia.
Oh, aye, I heard that.
What? You know about Mia?
Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. Do you know what Mystic Mia rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she wanted to become a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition.
Really?
Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. Yes, Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mum and her aunt.
That's right. Mystic Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her.
Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan. As you probably know. No. But sure.
Morgan? That's a name I know well. It's a year ago now at Maya's homecoming. Oh, yeah. Park. That was the one. What she did was terrible. It was so she could make her own daughter the next master.
I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must already realise that Iris...
Huh? Iris?
Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter.
Iris is what? Did you say Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter?
I thought you already knew. Sound like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already.
I have. I knew her very well.
Oh?
Aye, Pearl Faye. I always thought she was an only child.
You jest, that child. She's Mystic Morgan's. I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. Well, she's in prison now, right?
Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It's all done to set up Pearls as the next master.
I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2.
Wait, what? 3?
Aye, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl.
What?
Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? That all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Kura's reputation hit an all-time low. Mystic Morgan's husband realised his wife had never become the master. He left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him.
How awful.
He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us at the temple. That was Iris, you see.
Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Can't mind her name. As you recall, her father was a jeweler.
Oh yes, that was the same guy. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh?
Aye, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger toward the main family.
Anger? What do you mean?
Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dreams. A child of hers would one day lead the clan. Seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. She was able to break free of the bars that confined her.
The plot thickens.
I need to ask more questions. More questions.
Right, well, I guess we'll try presenting. Iris had twin sisters, that's all I really know about her. That and the fact that she's taken away from her father. No, that's the one we went over. Well, I assume then that because we've done the all of that we can. Let's just try and wander around and see what else is here. February 9th, courtyard. Sounds like someone's happy. What's the tune they're humming? Oh, it's him.
No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. Remember when we used to search in the channeling room at Korean? Whoop, I love my job. Because of the clues I find are no good. It's not what investigating's all about. No, that's not what investigating's all about. Investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good guesses we have, good guesses we lost along the way. It is a reggae song, yes. I got it. It was a cover of No Woman, No Cry, but yes.
Every little case is gonna be airtight.
Hey, pal.
Who, me?
How long have you been there?
I just got here.
Oh, okay.
So what are you up to, detective?
I'm investigating, pal. Made a promise to Mr. Reginald. I promised I would find the real murderer. Bart sort turned out to be first aid, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. Just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though.
Letter? Let's ask him or something. How's the investigation going? Just asked him that.
I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden.
I've already heard that from someone.
Taking the body writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ.
What? You mean...
I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in the sacred camp, you're going to be faced with one ugly situation.
What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here?
You got me? I don't know. Not my words. But
And who said it?
Mr. Godo.
Godo? About that letter you found?
Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some old burnt letter.
Burnt up old letter? That looks like a well from there.
It was in the incinerator right outside the inner temple.
Incinerator? I knew it. I knew it wasn't imagining it. There was snow in the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the snow had melted away, which means someone had used it.
What's up with you, pal? But it's right here if you want to have a look.
Can I? Do you mind?
Sure, go nuts. I don't want it. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done entering the crime, pal.
What do you know about the real murder weapon so far?
Well, it wasn't the big sword that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today.
Yes, that's true.
In which case, it must have been another blade.
And that's why you're running around like a headless chicken looking for what for now, yeah?
Yeah, and man, it is tiring work. Let me tell you something, pal. I am no chicken. We've got the feather of it, and we've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this.
Secret weapon? What's a secret weapon of yours?
You wanna know? You have to think scientifically, okay?
Alright.
The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far?
No.
So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! The metal detector! Well, you wanna give the scientific investigation a go?
Me?
I've been using this thing for hours now. Gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try?
I don't know. I'll play forensics, come on.
It's good fun, I'm telling you.
Alright then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, it's this is the department's most advanced gadget.
Oh, like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget, the absolute best. It's so sensitive, it can make you cry. It's so high tech, you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right?
Sure.
Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of a metal detector signal bouncing off something metallic. Next. Move the detector around, give this courtyard a good look-see, pal.
Let's see what happens.
That happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight too. Good look at everything, pal. Hey pal, all you gotta do is watch the detector, let it tell you when where's where, okay? I can't tell from here, pal. Nah, just forget about it.
But it's right under Elsie Dunham's window. Perfect spot for hiding something long and thin like a sword.
I'll go take a look. Ah, it was nothing. Someone just dropped a spoon.
Why are you so happy about that?
Well, imagine if the murder weapon had turned up there. Make me look pretty dumb, huh? Say, Statuation, the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal.
Yeah, I know. I've got to check again anyway.
That reminds me, do you know about that sword?
Yes, we know about the sword.
Kind of like,
Yeah, we've had this one as well.
scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reacting to it.
Oh, take this right into it.
Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? Don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic.
It's weird that this thing is causing a racket.
Here, let me take a look at it.
Yeah, let me take a look at it.
Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the
Crack.
The top is coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence.
Ah!
That's a sword. Is that the staff? Could it be another weapon? I would have guessed it'd be a sword concealed inside the victim's staff. Call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. One's a real gem, the workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot.
Hey, Gumshoe. Who knows about this hidden? Who knows about the hidden sword?
No one. Even the police didn't know about it until I discovered it just now.
There's not any traces of blood on it.
And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh?
No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder.
Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal.
It's about the same length as the thingy sword too. This must be the murder weapon.
Okay, I'm going to run it over the forensics. There's got to be some traces of blood left, or even if most have been wiped off. See you later, pal.
Wait up, detective.
Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know?
You're gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while?
Huh? What are you talking about, pal?
Please? Just until we find Maya.
Yeah? What's this got to do with her?
I don't know, but I'm starting to get a real bad feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Oh, how so?
Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel.
You don't think...
Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get into the sacred cavern.
You're looking kind of ready in there.
Okay, just stop it with a face, pal.
Oh, it's okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing. The staff secret trick, just give it to you and me, alright? Gets out, we knew about this and didn't say anything, we finished.
I understand.
He's just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, you take good care of it, pal.
Thank you, detective.
Don't worry, she'll be fine.
I'm sure.
No, there's a place at the base of the mountain that's got some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal?
Sure, thanks. Interesting. Let's see if she's got anything to say about it. No, she's nothing to say about it. Alright, okay. Let's go to... Can we use the, No, we don't have the metal detector anymore, do we? So it must just be in that one area. Oh, okay. Right, well, if it's not that one, then I have a suspicion that it's these two idiots we need to go and speak to again. Expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. Guess they must have gone off to collect firewood. I suppose I'll have to check back later. Alright, well, okay, I guess that answers that then. So it's not going to be them now. If it's not them, and it's not him, we can't go back. Oh no, we can go to training hall. Locks are far more important, wouldn't you agree? Okay, well, I can't do anything about that at the moment. So that means it's either gonna be let me think. Where could we go now? Well, the only person that's still there is Edgeworth, so I imagine we should probably go talk to him, right? 'Cause he's the only one that's still here, even if he has got nothing to say. Then again, maybe he knows about these two people. Do you know Iris is a twin sister?
What? Twin? You can't be serious.
Mr. Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin.
There's nothing about Iris and her sister in the files I checked.
Well, Iris was taken in by a temple where she was really young. And their sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think.
A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is.
I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right?
Yes, exactly.
Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth, please.
It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn and, due to my inexperience, the defendant died.
Talking about Terry Falls, right?
I know about the case.
I'm not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Maya's old files from 6 years ago.
Yes, Delia was a key witness in that case. Delia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. He stole a jewel worth $2 million from Delia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking.
Her sister?
Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Delia's father's second wife.
Oh. And they tried to kill me. So if Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out?
Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected to this case.
I'm not so sure about that.
Simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead.
What?
Well, a metabolic process are a matter of interest only to a story, so to speak.
What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead? Edgeworth?
Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case that you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. Thanks to the persistence of Maya Fey. Maya Fey, Maya Fey. At the time, Dahlia.
Like she was possessed by a demon or something.
It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month.
Executed?
I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright. And more reasons than one. But do you understand? She can't possibly be connected to this case. She's dead. Once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them.
I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth.
What is that?
But Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother.
What's their mother got to do with any of this?
She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from the branch family of the Korean channeling technique.
Did you say Korean channeling technique?
Do you know something about it?
Oh yes, I know. It's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous medium and a master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She had her powers, but they were all fraudulent.
Edgeworth.
No, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check out the DL6 incident case, and you'll know.
But we've read the DL6 to death. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Korean channeling technique is real. I don't want to talk to anything else. Right, okay. Right, he doesn't have anything to say. So I imagine at this point, we're probably going to Pearls. I imagine anyway, because that'll be the first one we'll have to break. No, they're not here. Well, if they're not here, we didn't have any. Let's try the main gate. No, okay. We didn't have any. Actually, let's go to. Let's ask what's her face about Dahlia. Iris, her twin sister, that's all I really know about her. Mother was a jeweler, I don't know what she's doing. I could tell her, but she'd probably have a coronary and a half. Oh, okay, well. Never mind that then. Slightly stumped. Well, I suppose if we can't get anything from pearls, we've got to go to the other locks we haven't done, which I guess at the moment is just the ones in the thingy room. That does make sense, hopefully, to someone that isn't just me staring at this going like, there must be some way this makes sense. Right, training hall. Talk. Present. Profiles. Sister. No, I don't want to talk to that. Maybe she just talks normally. No. Maybe we ask about the mother? No, she just keeps getting whipped. I feel like I'm missing something really obvious. Then again, hang on, she's got Cyclops on as well, isn't she? Right, fuck it, right, look at she's the only one we can find, so let's see how Cyclops. Okay, only 3 of them. We can do this. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told me the truth about what you were doing that night. You said you were in your room at the Kura Temple the entire time. You still claim that to be the truth?
Yes, that's where I was.
Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want you to believe I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you that night somewhere else. Well, that's obvious one, that's Bikini. Talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping the acolyte with her training within the temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently, so I left Iris and to help the acolyte return to the Kura Temple. Sister Bikini doesn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple the night of the murder. That's very impressive for that. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? You see, it takes about 20 minutes to walk from the main hall in the inner temple. So I would have left about 9:40 p.m. I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now you're saying you left the main hall at 9:40, but this doesn't add up. Well, she gave us the thing long before that. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah, plus only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who was that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this, surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to the other one. The other puzzle, in fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And secondly, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell of the Kura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of you. It's her sister. The night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris.
But that's crazy. How could that be?
There's only one of me. It's impossible. Possible, I wonder. The way you're trembling suggests otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. Well, we'll try the sister's profile. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah! That's right, Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer. Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second jewel was here at the temple the night of the murder. It was a twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? There's a channeling dojo in the training grounds of the Kura training technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit and you knew about it. That's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Unlock successful. I was in my room, in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted in a temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. That was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That is why I have to accept what I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago. That was the start of it all. That's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It's no coincidence the Eagle Mountain is where exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? How would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? I can't actually ask her anything else right now. I can't ask... Oh wait, there is. Top. Sorry. Being thick. What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw her mother away, then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must have been talking Morgan Faye. Her mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Faye family. The main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of the next master. The reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her, took over as master of Kurain. But before long, the credibility of the Kurain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. Duration of the investigation of the DR6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and her home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive. He had no reason to stay there. And that's when he came here to Kura Temple. Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. I hadn't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I heard she's being very battered spiritually and emotionally.
I have asked her everything I can as my
Meow. In my capacity as a prosecutor, This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the fake land. That's what it looks like.
Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome.
Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate.
Leave these locks to me, I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. One giant secret left unlocked. Yes, it's her. Alright, well, let's, I guess, go and unlock Pearl.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
You're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes, we already polished them all off.
Take that!
After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Eliza Dorman's room reading a book together, correct?
Oh yes, I was so happy when she invited me.
But
I didn't go in the end.
didn't go?
No. There was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
Pearls. Night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? I imagine it's probably the inner temple.
Take that!
Oh, spare. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Next question is, who or what were you so worried about? And I'm going to take a guess. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay?
You mean you know?
Imagine it's Maya. If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Okay.
One simple reason, and it's Maya. Where is she?
Take that!
It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it?
Ah!
You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course.
I signed up for your special course. Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those your channel. Sister,
Sister Bikini scared you when what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Kura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking
about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that.
Yeah.
About when was it you headed over to the inner temple?
It was probably about 9:30 I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10.
Sorry.
I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock.
After 10? How did you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
Kura Temple bell is pretty small though, isn't it?
You must have
really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible.
Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing the bell? Huh? I think I know why the reason you're so worried about that bell is because of this. Well, if it's evidence, and it's talking about spirit stuff, I'm going to guess it's this one.
Take that!
You were given some instructions to follow that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper.
Ah! Where did you...
In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions to the letter that night, weren't you?
That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the bell.
The lights out bell.
I was speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling?
Yeah.
Taking into account the author of the note and the purpose of writing it, whose spirit would Pearls be trying to channel? The person you were trying to channel was probably the dead sister.
Take that!
It was Dahlia Hawthorne, was it not?
The name that was on the letter.
It was in the letter.
Ah!
It wasn't Iris or Sister Bikini met in the inner temple that night.
It was Dahlia Hawthorne.
Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
I thought so. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? If it was, I asked you to channel the spirit of someone you never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed the instructions without question. Here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow? It will be your mother.
Take that!
Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any ideas what the instructions meant, did you?
But
But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother that asked you, that's why.
Oh, did you?
I figured it out.
Done. The person who wrote your
Letter
was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Wow.
Alright, Pearls, it's time you start telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick, don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. You're trying to say I followed these instructions. I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
Alright, Pearls. Both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there was no evidence that proves it was you.
I do it.
However, I do know that whoever did was a child. Huh?
How do you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
A simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
So you were carefully following the instructions you were given, but you misunderstood some of the words in the evidence, and this evidence proves it. There's evidence that proves it. I don't think it would have been that. No. Just because of the weirdness of the fact it's gravy makes me think it's that. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
But why would I do something like that?
Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Oh, gravely. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss DeMo on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some book. Oh yeah, she was the bear.
Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I am not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice some reading with me?
Oh, Miss Elise. So, for example, how would you read this?
It says gravely. Gravely, sorry. Gravely. That's kind of a tough word.
Sure, Mr. Gnome taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me.
Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and only roast I could think of was the food.
That's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast.
To be honest, I didn't really think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn a letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, I couldn't even do it right.
Unlock successful. Well, let's see who these are.
After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure that was the master of Kurain, like it said in the letter.
I see, and then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area.
Guest area?
Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Mayor's main training had already started. I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then,
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fall asleep? I fall asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens.
Anyway, you found yourself trapped in the inner temple.
Yes, and I woke up. It was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Britches wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I'd overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then heated up the leftover gravy, and
Let off some steam by chucking it at a scroll while you cried.
Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too.
Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry.
it was written right in my mother's letter. It said as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia's Hawthorne spirit?
No, I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and tried and tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that.
Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is anyway?
Could happen if someone else was channeling the same spirit.
Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yup, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken.
And that would mean the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. My mother's gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Yeah, I know, Pearls.
I visit her every month. And last month she told me...
Oh, I can't remember what voice we gave to her. Let's just give her a Santa Rosa. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need to tell you. Something I need you to do for me. I had a letter for you and her home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, me angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden.
My mother's always so nice to me. I love her very much.
Yeah, moms will do anything for the kids, right?
She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Mayor's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
There was a picture with the letter, too.
A picture?
Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture's enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh?
There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before.
That sure is pretty strange.
Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us. I'm sure Mystic Mayor will be all right.
Ha.
Finally figured it out, have you, Wright? You finally realized how terrible a crime being painfully oblivious is?
Godo?
The entrance to Sacred Cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. But it's all a waste of time.
Why do you say that?
Because Mr. Mayor Faye ain't coming back.
What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that?
It was your job to protect it, right? Just like it was your job to protect Mia Faye. Two sisters got up in the worst circumstances.
I realize that, but...
And you were the only one who was by their side. You were the only one that could have saved them.
I didn't know anything about it was going on.
Yeah, what did I just say, Troy? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all.
Mr. Nick, is what that man said true?
It'll be alright, bro. I'm sure Mia's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
Oh, back season up again. My dear Pearl, you done so well, me child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. To be continued. Alright. Yes, we want to save. Oh, I'm at trial. Alright, I'm going to very quickly go pee, and then we're going to get on with the trial. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, we're back. Let's get some trial in the go. Defendant lobby number 1.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, probably.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Mayor.
I'm sorry, we don't know yet. Investigation is still going on. so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove the trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's a defendant in the case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Why come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there?
He's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak.
Today's testimony?
You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution.
Wait, what?
The prosecution is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. I know what you're thinking, but Francesca is not going to be the prosecutor today.
What? And who is?
Who else would it be but Godo?
Godo?
Francesca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. They had Nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last knot of locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we will receive some good news soon.
What are you doing, Cap? Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth.
Prosecutor Godo intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow.
You don't have to tell me that.
Touche. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden frantic maniac you were yesterday.
It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of us. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger.
Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner.
Thanks. Sucks us around the murder of Miss Elsie Dunham. No, I mean Misty Faye. Possible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 AM, District.
Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Kura Temple. That's the one.
Your Honor? What do you...
Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in our chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I was standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor.
My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
He's on his coffee.
It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. We at the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Godo. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godo, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings, a hard change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bit of darkness that lies... the bit of darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Kura Temple has a confession to make.
A confession? Defendant? Iris, why didn't you discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Upon meeting the beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Kura Temple.
Wait, is there something you'd like to confess to?
Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in the terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham?
No. I'm not, Your Honor. But I did it with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Kura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
What? Order in the court, order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that is correct.
What?
Everyone on the planet is accomplice to something. It just happens to be, in this case, it's the murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions?
I've been at Kura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Kura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master Kurain channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
It wouldn't be a Phoenix Wright game if Maya wasn't convicted of wasn't tempted to be convicted of something.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite.
She's naming Maya.
Order in the court. Not only did you witness the murder, but you know the name of the murderer?
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try and protect her.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a...
Defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened in the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
The real murderer.
I went to be in a temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for
it. So, self-defense?
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so Maya wouldn't be suspected. Ain't that right? Not bad. You've got instincts of a true criminal.
Something's not quite right. It was established yesterday. Iris never went to the inner temple that night. The person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it.
Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
The real murderer.
I went to be in a temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden.
Just might as well press all of this. See what you find. Mr. Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that the night of the murder you did not go to the inner temple.
Objection! She did now. Too bad for you. What you said yesterday don't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go?
I was in the inner temple training hall.
A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. It will be properly described as hearsay.
What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There, we all understand how difficult it was for you. Now then, let us continue with your testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor, I saw Mr. Gillick strikes Mystic Maya with her staff.
Hold it!
You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean Miss Faye.
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head. It looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
It's perfectly understandable, my dear. What happened after that?
Mr. Mayor is still stumbling. Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal strike.
Hold it!
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? And Elise Dornham tried to stop her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye.
Yes, exactly.
Huh? You look like I did after mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
There is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, that's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
No.
Okay, now let's continue.
She threw her staff away and pulled the dagger from inside her robe.
No, because she had a sword.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Durham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all. Makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do is hit the staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, but Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword.
Ah,
If Elise Durham really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Haven't she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already? Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. Never would I have thought there was a sword hidden in that stuff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, unless of ineffective at close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is she tried to kill Maya Faye. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Well, Your Honor, the defense will present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright,
I feel another piece of evidence that shows that testimony can't be trusted. Because Mr. Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Because, does it say it's her mother? Yeah. Then yes, we'll go with that. Elise Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey.
how can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Eliza Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey?
No. Not Misty Fey.
Who is Misty Fey? Is she related to someone? Misty Fey is a master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Is Elise Dunham actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try and kill her own daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
Order in the court. On first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have been presented, 1, the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and 2, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts of being believable when taken on their own. And taken together, the entire story seems too difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in the world that's impossible. Except for the one little thing.
Yes, what's the one little impossible thing?
Huh? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
Could you get to your point?
I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken my first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had my detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Well, where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Huh? Pine tree?
Dagger was stuck on the back side of the pine tree. The last blow was struck, and in the violent battle between the two women, the little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on the dagger must belong to the victim, correct?
Yeah, were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I'd taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed in such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, testimony we've just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Cute girls never lie. Ever.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to the court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's have a very quick swig before we get on with this.
Great. Let's get on with it.
Right.
Mystic may have stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she dodged Mr. Galeese's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mr. Galeese was the one on the defense with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Mayor stabbed Mr. Galeese. Mr. Galeese managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
It was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Mystic Mayor stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff.
So we've got to press these. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all of this?
What did you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. Two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden where the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Fay do after she was struck?
But then she dodged Mr. Galeese's next attack with stole her weapon.
What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mr. Galeese raised the dagger to strike, but Mr. Mayor dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. At some point, Mr. Mayor picked it up.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
Suddenly we're still on the defensive with the back to stone lantern. You're saying that Mystic Mayor turned the tables on the victim?
Yes. But Mystic Mayor wasn't herself for the time. After all, her life was in danger.
As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
I believe the correct description is a cornered fox is scared and petrified.
Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
Anyway, so after Mayor Fay backed the victim in the stone lantern, what happened next?
That's when Mr. Mayor stabbed Mr. Galeese. No, because she was stabbed in the back, so that's definitely one we can oppose.
Objection!
Something about you isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Till now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What is so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Mayor Fay stabbed the victim when she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from being stabbed and wounded in her back.
Ah.
This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not in the front. Sister Iris, here's another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
Oh, it's simple. People don't like books. We've all got a front and a back, you get my drift.
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection!
Could you please knock off the cheesy proverbs and the logical metaphors already? The point is, too much of his testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful staff, people fighting, being mother and daughter. And now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, I asked her about it.
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean? He can drink his coffee.
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all senses. Were you really concentrating on what the witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godo, explain yourself.
The witness was quite ambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was clearly dark, so she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light?
By the way, did you know? Hatakura has a rule that on nights when the acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lanterns in the garden must be kept lit.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light the stone lantern.
Impossible?
It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to be, it was nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
Yep, that illuminating fact has chased all contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would have been difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Ain't that right, Wright?
No. Order.
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern to evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
Did we get the fact that it was got a line of melted snow all around it? Why is the judge sitting there with a look in his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern. There's something written on it. What? It's written in blood.
Written in blood?
It says mayor upside down.
What the?
Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mr. Mayor, Mr. Galeese didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing on the stone lantern behind her, in the blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's clean as a whistle.
You can't see the bloody writing at all.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know the crime scene was dark, and the victim scrawled a message on the stone lantern. Mr. Godo, anything further? Mr. Godo?
Okay then. Let's move on.
I believe it's now been established that Mr. Dunham was killed by Mayor French.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Alright, before we get this, I'll have a quick drink. Boy, should we fill that? I'll do that after.
After Mr. Elise died, I called out to Mr. Mayor. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kura tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across the Dusky Bridge.
This is where she definitely uses the snowmobile at this point, so that's probably something.
Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to the Kura Temple.
I can never get that word right. Every time I've tried tonight. Okay.
I used
the sword, I can't pronounce it either.
to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at the Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I intend to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Mayor.
Let's press these and see if we get this. So you waited until everything was over for making a move.
No, it's not like that.
You saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I could sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
It wasn't until Mystic Mayor saw me that it finally dawned on me what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kura tradition.
So then you knew that significance of the name Mayor Fae.
Yes, of course I did.
I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Mayor's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body in the inner temple by myself.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mr. Mayor to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing was to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved the body all by yourself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
Snow, huh?
In fact, behind me all the way to the Dusky Bridge.
It's pretty amazing you could make it all that way across that rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. Surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
There's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? That would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that would cast too much suspicion on Mystic Mayor. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being, anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and,
well, it's probably going to be the tracks for that one. But there was one lot of tracks. Do we, we'll press it first, then we'll try. The snowmobile?
yes, I had the key.
I used the snowmobile to go from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. About the tracks. If you really didn't move the body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow is still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
I think she's bullshit, so I think it's very important. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made to be added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow the statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun. You, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Well, that I think we have the weather data, I think. Yeah, the weather data doesn't agree with that. So that's what we can use.
Objection!
Music's still playing. I have a horrible feeling that it's wrong. Yeah. It's not the weather data. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Nah, this is when we were at before, okay, so. Press that one, see what we get. What contradictions in your testimony so far? This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time.
I see how you think. Snow, huh?
What's going on here?
Snow had really stopped by the time of the murder. I mean, there'd be a bigger hole in her story than... I don't know what that joke means.
Well then, Mr. Twite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger.
Why would you want to do that? One reason I can think of. Right, okay. So, we need to... There's definitely something here. Press that one, didn't get much. Press that one, didn't get much. Wait a minute. If the snow had stopped and she dragged it behind herself, then there'd be the mark of the mark of the snow would still be there. Maybe it is that one there.
Objection!
Yes, good. You claim that snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. You couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about that? It's because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
Looks like you still hadn't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
Order.
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed that bridge, body or no body.
I'm her.
Witness, even my patience has limits. Any further lying and I'll find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that's truly contemptible is you. Old man.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
What?
The important thing is to find out the truth. Ain't that right?
Yes, of course, but
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, the two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elsa Dunham was discovered in the Kura Temple courtyard, and second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Ellis Dunham's body.
That's right. I'm not lying.
what are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, right, then maybe you can explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge already burnt down. But somehow the body transferred over across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Well, not exactly, no.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest this lady's testimony ain't the truth.
Alright, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before I do this one, my voice is beginning to go. I'm going to very quickly fill my juice up.
Hello, Mr. Cat. Are you going away, are you? Okay. Away you go, then. Right. Oh, yeah. Right. Okay, let's very quickly just have a quick drink. Okay, so. Wonderful, Cat. Wonderful. Okay. Let's go.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
So it's just a misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo from Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of those suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would have been impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Dusky Bridge photo has been added to court record. If I do something to discredit the testimony, it's going to be due.
Right, I'm only gonna say this one more time. It's only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Alan walking the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Right, well, The only thing we have potentially that could be this is that weird fucking drawing. Yeah, fuck it, let's see. Does that work? Dead body flying over a burning bridge. Wouldn't. What are you saying, cat? I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What?
You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is it's been pulled out of thin air.
Hey, cheers for the Raiders. Cheers for the Raiders? Cheers for the raid and welcome, Raiders. We are at the end of Phoenix Wright, and it's I think it's the trial after the investigation, so we're getting to the end. Trying to do voices for it. It's not going too bad. It's no fine. The only problem I'm having is my voice is beginning to go from doing weird accents for all the characters. But we're getting there. We're getting there. How was your night? What were you playing? Are you playing this as well? Yep. Been doing through this. It's been fun to play through. It's been on my list of games to play through for ages. So doing the best I can with it. Now where were we?
The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Supposed to.
Who is it? Who is this witness?
Miss Celeste, brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larisse Dunham.
Brilliant? Highly gifted?
Apprentice? Realised I did the wrong accent there, but we'll just carry on. Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Well, Wright, it's no one for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn the case upside down, then why not start with this sketch?
Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
Alright. Oh, sorry. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully over. Sketch drawn by... I get the feeling it's probably exactly what happened. Because that... But... I mean, he did say it was exactly what he saw before, right? So if it's exactly what he saw, then it would be exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh.
You know, it's starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air?
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult in the inner temple yet. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're one cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time.
Must be some way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened.
Alright then, the witness will now return to her testimony.
Yes, Your Honour. Let me guess, it was that one, but I just presented the wrong thing. That's probably what it was. Yeah, it's complete contradiction. It's a complete contradiction, isn't it? Let's try it again. Let's try it again. It must just be me getting the wrong thing with it. But where is that damn picture?
Objection!
All comes back. I can't believe we're looking at this again. I admit I didn't really understand it before, but I get it. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth.
Very well. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
Complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Loris Stoneham stated it over and over. This sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality?
This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, Wright, so what exactly,
That'll be the support wires. Let me see. This is where the wire connects to the bridge.
The wire?
Huh? Is that the thing that contradicts reality?
It is indeed.
Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that'll point out the sketch contradicts reality.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, the photo obviously is going to be the first thing we think about, right? So, where's the... Yeah. Let's try that.
That's photo of the Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat! The wires are...
below the guard wires.
Order. The sketch is somewhat different from what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely the artist just saw it wrong?
Perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
For someone like Loris, I admit a mistake is definitely a definite possibility. But that begs the question, why did he make the mistake? What was the reason?
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed the event? He was at the Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that he was never going to come. He waited and waited and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. I wonder what sort of position Lawrence might have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which means he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how that relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Ah!
No way.
Lawrence, the witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene he saw was actually upside down.
So then, this sketch should actually...
I think you'll finally get it, Your Honor. Quite which view of Lawrence Dunham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum.
Order, order, order.
All the things to say, a pendulum.
The bridge was burning to a crisp, there's no way to get across it. But if the body had been found in the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And the pendulum is the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Well, let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. Get a rope that long, get the plan ahead.
Lightning strike didn't have accident, so it does have the culprit would have prepared a rope beforehand. So then, he didn't have to get a rope ready. The rope was already right in front of him.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
Well, there's the loose rope on the picture.
And the meaning of this is,
You want to know where the rope came from? It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminals didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Ellis Dunham's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body.
Yep.
Glug, 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 glug.
Mr. Godo? It seems that Mr. Godo is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. But I suppose it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection!
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? That's right. I wonder if you can prove what really happened to you. Is there any actual evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum?
Well, it's covered in bruises in the autopsy report, so I'm assuming that's it. Yeah. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to the photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one from in front of the inner temple.
So they're on the spot with the criminal.
Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
It's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, the crystal sphere was knocked loose.
That's...
Yes, the blood-stained amethyst crystal. The one that came off Miss Elise Durham's staff. Even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed, I believe it's already marked in this overhead map.
Crystal was found.
Ah, yes, crystal was found here.
Precisely, Your Honor. The very spot in which the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You provide us with a way the body could have been moved that night. Impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. I see you're covering coffee again. Mr. Wright.
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down.
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Coder?
It was a dark and bitter. Dark and bitter guess you made right. But you forgot one thing.
And what would that be?
The aroma.
Huh?
Coffee's most reliable accomplice is a deep and profound aroma.
The rest of the court doesn't speak coffees? Can you elaborate a bit more?
The criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say. And naturally, there must have been an accomplice laying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who would have collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Wright?
Mr. Godo is correct. It can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, you are.
Very well, then if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person who received the body on the Hansakusa Temple side?
Okay. Now, it's gonna. Well, Iris has already said she's an accomplice, but she didn't know the bridge was on fire, which is the most likely one I'd go with first of all. 'Cause it's not going to be the nun, because the nun was passed out. She's dead. I don't think it was him. We'll try Heresy first of all. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Huh?
But I...
I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way you can transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with a bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection! Wright, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on a cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Goda? The witness was also seen at the Kura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if on that night the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. You have established how the body was moved using a burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something that you already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body could have passed along on the other side with couldn't have passed along to the other side without your help. Oh, 1 second, folks. Never mind, she's gone to the bathroom. Thought me I was up for. I just want to say something to her, but she's going there, it's fine. But the body couldn't have passed along to the other side without your help. So you should... Oh, I missed that bit, sorry. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
Well, what kind of nonsense is this?
You're
saying this witness isn't Iris of Kura Temple?
Objection! Are you serious, Wright? You mean this woman is,
The whole demeanor's changed so suddenly from yesterday. Why she's trying to pin this murder on me? The woman standing at the witness stand. Her real name is... Well, so imagine it's going to be the sister then. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris is a twin sister. And you're looking at her. It's Dahlia Hawthorne.
The name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. This case 5 years ago.
My name's Dahlia Hawthorne. I just wanted to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor's all mine. No, the honor's all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne's already dead. Says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Except there's no meaning in this courtroom.
What?
What are you doing, Cap?
Order.
Wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand, after all. 1 second.
Under my shirt. Oh.
Right, sorry about that. You of all people should already understand, after all, the blood of the master of Kura channeling technique flows within that body.
The current channeling technique? I don't know, I've heard that before.
That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
Well, an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone? On the very night of the murder to a temple with a twin sister, Iris was?
Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
Objection! We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened?
Naturally, there's no coincidence. The whole thing was part from plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
Oh,
Well, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. Part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at the Kura Temple.
2 of them?
Even the time the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means Iris was at dinner was the real Iris?
The Iris who gave me the hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection! Do you even know what...
Do you even know what you're saying, Trey? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yeah, it's true that you found the plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, Dahlia Hawthorne had been channeled.
Oh, 1 second, folks. Where was I?
After meeting Sister Bikini and Dahlia Hawthorne had been channeled, would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning storm. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that Iris would receive the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Kura Temple main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes, I suppose.
Oh, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
Something seems off, way off. I'm still not convinced that the iris here is the same one from the other night.
I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places.
Switch places? To be perfectly honest, though, there's still quite a few things I don't understand, but I know, unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at the Kura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
There was one, yes, there was the time where the earthquake hit. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Explain yourself.
Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time which Iris was able to move about freely unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move freely like that?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. First thing if Iris' chance to move freely was... Where is he? Let's throw him under the bus.
Take that! This is Mrs. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake? Earthquake. Oh my goodness, the inner temples are kind of tremor, mate. How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice.
Yeah. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, I always ask for a name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne, on my current profession, permanently retired.
Huh? So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? This time I'll end it for her and myself.
To be continued. Roll on to the next part. Save profile, yes. 4-2. Let's get her rolling. Alright. Okay. Let's get
Now let's continue, shall we? Where we left off. Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you have seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
Our plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Mayor Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Mayor and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are...
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey?
Yes, you have a problem with that.
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that...
Watch yourself, Wright. You've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Goto's correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
Our plan began with my death.
You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you actually discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
Oh, to make Pearl Fay the master of Kura?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she'd lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
The plan, huh?
Stupid plan hatched by Morgan Le Fay. Well,
You won't call Morgan Le Fay.
Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
We're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, I thought at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of had much spirit power. That's why we were abandoned by her along with our father.
Oh, 1 second, folks. Right, back. Sorry about that, folks.
That's why we were abandoned by her along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? On top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having a bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Mayor Fay would first have to die.
Maya would have to die? But why? Just explained that to you twice, but carry on.
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus Pearl being the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad you still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted and had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Mayor Fay as well. The idea was for me to kill Maya and have the blame pinned on Iris.
You were going to kill Maya? That's already.
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me, and I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to stop me. Well, any of you do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Kura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Kura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I could care less about her. Sorry, I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, the plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. That's as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fay.
That's absurd. Maya is just... She's trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolish as optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I despised you. Your sniveling naivete, your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, then why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Delia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead.
Do you understand why I would kill Mia Fey now? What my goal was?
I imagine it's probably... Ah. Because someone else has been doing her whole gimmick before her. Could it be? Your actual goal had nothing to do? Oh, cheers for the follow! Yeah, thanks for the raid and cheers for the follow. But your actual goal had nothing to do with Mia Fey herself.
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore.
Yeah, thanks for the watch, cheers for the follow, and thanks for the raid. Yeah, massive help, thank you.
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I have the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone? Let me just have a quick drink. Ease my throat a little bit.
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I wanted to send her a message. I was at the hands that suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she had made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And that's the reason, and the reason it wasn't possible? Was it perhaps Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take that person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that. For that you would kill Mia. The goal was no different from that of Morgan Fey.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I already told you there's not a thing you can do to me.
Grr.
At night, about 9:30, I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon-warding hood. I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So it was at least who channeled her after all.
A ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Mia Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, and I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom.
So then you... You're saying you stabbed Mia?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean, no clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
And the last minute, Mia Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name in the lantern. As I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it, I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying that you actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy, I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning. Someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself right at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed.
The bridge had been fixed and the police started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright, stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had actually succeeded?
I misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you'd assumed that. It was written instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide, the sin of killing their own mother.
No.
Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? I was the one who attacked Mayor Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life is none other than your darling little Mayor.
Objection!
Ridiculous. It's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What's this so-called evidence?
The fact Mayor Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Hmm?
The idea she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be.
Where's that?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else? Eagle River.
Eagle River?
Mayor Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Ooh,
It's a phone death jingle.
Oh,
Sorry, that's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that?
Hello? Godo here. Okay, thanks.
Was that something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
Right. What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
what is Mayor Fay?
It was just the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No.
No.
It seems that the case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears that the killer of Elise Stoner, also known as Misty Fay, was her own daughter, Maya Fay. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fay jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River. Ha!
Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Goda?
According to this witness, Maya Fay threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden? Which means that Maya had thrown herself into the river.
Must have been from the inner.
It must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump in the river from there.
What?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Wright. Just relax and think the whole thing through.
Is it possible? They couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River.
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fay threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Where's the map? Can we look at the map again? Yeah, because there's no way to jump into the river. You'd hit the rock. So yeah, I'll just submit them up.
Take that!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she jumped from there. In other words, if she had jumped, you should be able to see her body in this photo.
Well, so you finally figured it out.
Order!
What are you doing, Ken?
You're just playing with me. Her face body is in the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. It eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? So what is this one possibility you're talking about? It's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then?
I think pieces are falling together. When the living have no way to punish the dead. I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? I'll tell you where Maya is this very instant. Maya Fey is... Just because of how random it is, I'm gonna go about man. There's only one possibility left. Oh wait, yes, I get it. Namely, she's right there. She's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Fey is here?
You say she's here in my courtroom?
Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I'd misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something, at this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey. Pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did, but who?
Pearl even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. It's someone who called you before she could. It's probably Maya herself.
Take that!
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it. And Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Okay, come on already, I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey.
What? But how could that be? Remember what this Dahlia Hawthorne said about her girl.
You said our goal was to kill Maya Fey?
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Well, Gramps, what would happen?
could it be?
Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. Protect herself from you.
Protect me?
Yes. And the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. Path back to Hazakura closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
At this time you thought it had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? If they killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no, it was impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. The only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. Stupid little girl like that had never been out in the real world. She could never come up with a plan like that. Who could ever have given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course. Maya?
Maya Fey.
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, wait, we need to give Maya a voice. I will just go Rosa. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
So
it's true.
Oh, wrong one.
It's the bear. So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Yes?
You're something else.
But what are you doing here?
Not here. It's pearls, right? Telling me something, Dahlia? I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey.
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did?
You did?
Not surprising, considering she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained to me in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
She did that. I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have the total details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free?
Free? What do you mean?
There's a race against.
The race against time, so I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrives.
Yes, but why did you want her to do those two things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Alright, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was doing was trying to follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned very, very badly, to put it mildly.
There. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that's intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? The little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes.
Right, another failure to add the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping was your first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your damn mouth. It wasn't my fault. Because of that stupid elf a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You wipe that smug happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you.
Maya Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. Only if you hadn't gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict.
I hadn't gotten... oh.
If only you had got this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you'll never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you're already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true at least, Dahlia. And that's exactly when your punishment you'll never escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that, no hope for freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you is burnt to a crisp.
You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It's no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is you to come out of Maya's body right now.
I'm not ready to go. Nick, sis. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godo, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to hell where she came from. So back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Mayor Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be the best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem with making it with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. This is why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurain channeling technique. I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And all in that time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, it takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. At any rate, it's time for me to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Kura Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godo?
His trial ain't over yet, that's what he means. What? Right. Remember what Mrs. Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony?
I got up with her in front of the stone lantern and took out the dagger I got from the storeroom. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, he was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person who was ultimately killed in the spirit medium was channeling Dahlia. No, see, nope, Misty Fey. But, who killed her? We still don't know who did it. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until the evidence proves her innocence.
No way.
But the court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
Prosecution is ready to call a final witness.
Final witness?
The one that will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Fey.
Well, indeed.
Is it really alright? Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Ain't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw a mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? She can't. She can't testify after what she's been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Mayor Fey to the witness stand.
Very well. But first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial.
Hey, Wright, I got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even the faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful women always seem to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You've got some nerve.
But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
February 10th, District Lobby Defendant number 1.
I'm truly sorry for everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day. We didn't even get a chance to talk.
I met Iris at the training hall yesterday. They had already switched places.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. Something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister as much as you did? Huh? If you tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there.
My sister? I felt so sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Nikoli. It was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Kura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her I would always help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, she was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris. There's one more thing I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that had cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dominum, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the light-out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30 I received a call on my cell phone.
Really loud, those phones.
There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But after the Inner Temple was cut off, right?
Exactly. Oh god. Phone's loud.
You can't just leave the body here. You've got to do this exactly as I say, got it?
I was the one that received the my body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mr. Galeese always held. I knew it.
The actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to the Kura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Fey. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the sword. I can't remember the name of the pronunciation. I wiped the blood off the staff blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called you on the cell phone, the real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do that. I can't say who did it.
I see.
Defendant?
Yes?
Judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. Something I want to tell you. Oh, okay.
So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe from the very beginning. Phoenix? Oh, God. Mia! How is Mia doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. Emotionally, she's been hurt very bad by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned to at least stick who really was? Yep, I went in the medical office and talked with her. Told her everything I knew. But why? Mia's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it, all of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer, do you know who it is yet? Thinking that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plans from the very beginning. One more thing. The victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck in the inner temple side for almost the entire day. So the culprit, someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. As much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. To be continued. And we're on to the last chapter. The final part of this. Let's get it on. Okay.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the result of the test we performed earlier. Yes, test. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that.
That's the weapon that, Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
It's one of the results. Was it the victim's blood, or...?
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution will know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence for their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly.
Agreed.
Very well, please bring in the last witness.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
It's Maya Fey, and my profession is I'm assistant manager of Wright and Co. law offices. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened.
So, I'm frightened. The fake clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And, you witnessed the moment of Miss Celeste Deduxman's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any.
Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. There's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching this whole time, right? You've seen the witness come out. You've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please. Yeah, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. Think I screamed, "Help me." And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So he was struck on the head. Suppose it must have been this staff.
Mayor, the person that hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Mayor, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was a especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems it'd be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Alright. Pressing that one. Who did it? Who hit you?
I didn't see who it was. It was hit from behind. And after that,
Your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Let me think for a second. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Yeah, so it's looking like you even got some compassion.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely.
The spirit that was channeled by Ellis Dursum Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was at a state of panic. Only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well, this is beginning to get interesting.
What were the two things rolling around your mind?
My name is Mayor Fay, and 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's an odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not all at all. Your actions were understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? I think I screamed, "Help me."
You think you screamed? But you're not sure.
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, a child, an adult? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, I certainly would have soiled my robes. Thought this person might attack me, so Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was going to be my last hope.
Wait a minute, Mayor. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? No, what do you mean, your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me.
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, it's like, what do you call it when that happens? Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker I was yelling at. It's the one who I was screaming at to help. Ah.
What was it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I am, well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Well, it takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
Ton of pressure.
You're in court of law here. You can't make things up and try to hide things in the chamber.
Witness, the information you presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
But the stone lantern was turned off. No,
Objection!
So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Alistair, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What does the meaning is this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No. Order. Mr. Godo, explain this.
In the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee, stir. That's the state of the witness's mind right now. Cup of cafe.
Cafe, is that even legal?
Mr. Tright's words are a milk and you're the spoon. Your Honor.
I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bottle, have you know?
You must have noticed it. You must have noticed it too, Tright. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. So I don't understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What did you just say?
If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick,
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, adult or child. And yet, the witness could describe the person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, it would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
no. Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw a real killer under pitch-black conditions?
Objection!
Right, do you know of any idea what you're proposing? How could she see in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godo. Maya, you did see the killer you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? The man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Huh? You talk a good game, Wright, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
He is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm the lawyer, the officer of the court, so here to find the truth.
Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that you say Miss Face saw in the darkness?
Who's our options? Well, it's a man. It's not going to be Edgeworth. It's not going to be Larry. I don't think it'll be Gumshoe. So that just leaves Mr. Glowyface. Well, with no one else left. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would see it for themselves how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. Just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense official requests that all lights in this room be turned off.
What? But it can't be.
That was a nice bit of deduction. That's right.
Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order. What's the good of Goda? What's the meaning of this? Surely it must be a shock to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
You've got a question, ask the witness. It's one of my rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? You saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red eyes? Red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya?
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. Stop your chat.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, Your Honor, I didn't realize it, but, realize until after I woke up, but, when I came to, I was just lying there on the training room floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit, the body was gone. All the snow around the snowland had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I assumed it was a man.
Oh.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came and think the killer was a man. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I need to apologize. As Mr. Godo said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, does seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Doesn't seem too much to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
when I came to his lying there on the training room floor. Okay, there's not really much we can get from that. Time I got back to the guard and the place to which I what's that stuff? Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? It must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather more information before I ask her again. Oh, okay, so I'll come back to this one then. Torches lit and the body was gone. We'll ask her that one.
Torches?
Sorry, the torches were lit?
Yeah, I think that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. The killer probably lit them. It is impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, then only one thing still bothers me. Why did the killer go to all the effort of moving the body? Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were lots of shovels around the inner temple, but they're really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
One thing I can think of. Didn't you say the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. That's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's still something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it. There was no way to remove that amount.
That's true. Could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them.
Well, let's try the one we tried first time. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? Must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yeah, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. My sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden.
She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the whole crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yeah, Your Honor.
Oh, it didn't clean the stone lantern. That's something. The body of Elsa Dama was carried all the way to the Kura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh.
And what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Gordo. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It's written very clearly in white stone lantern. Maya.
Ah.
The killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion. Then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah, you're right. Order. Mr. Wright, is it a fact the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed. It doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
What if that's the case?
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove that snow? But then leave the bloody writing in the lantern?
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
I don't think they noticed it. I think it's still him. Prosecutor Gordo, early in the trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate everything possible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There's no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
Who would that be? Who's the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? It's him again.
Take that!
Mr. Gordo, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? That's correct, Mr. Gordo.
The lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern? There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is clean as a whistle.
Yoda, just a minute. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations.
The apron Miss Delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. And they'll somehow spill coffee on it.
Something's still bothering me, Mr. Gordo. Why haven't you explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
Huh. It's strange. The black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Gordo, are you admitting it? You admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
Mr. Gordo, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Fay.
It's hard to believe this may be true, however, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Huh? Just make sure you don't fill out any indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, that was a little graffiti make me into the killer. Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is Rich with Tugo once, right?
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he take out just that area? Ah, could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't that more likely than the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. Torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Goda? Wait just a minute.
Yeah?
What is his witness? Mr. Godo ain't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed.
Objection!
Mayor.
You can't testify to something like that.
What do you mean? Hey,
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
she didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Well, you see now, old man? We established this a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Your Honor, let's hear our testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Nicely done, Wright.
Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, after I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godo arrived in the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago. I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Oh, come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's always way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Yep. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godo.
Let's just move on with the cross-examination if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started. Pearlie was stuck in the inner temple side that night. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Mr. Godo arrived in the temple for the first time. Right. Both ones will Godo in it. This is your first time in the inner temple side, Mr. Godo?
Well, that's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense just ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touché, Mr. Wright. Well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godo?
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If I hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited that freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. You want to say something, Wright?
Very well, please go on with your testimony. Fixing the bridge, policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yeah, then Mr. Goldo, found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Check that one as well then. He cheered her up.
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Goldo.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Cut it out, you're making me blush. Truth is, there aren't many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Goldo style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
That's an investigation. You said that you conduct an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my
It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Dwight. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in a stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by a hue and aroma of Western tastes.
So from there you headed to the prep room.
Well, we've got that one. Let me try that one again with the pearly one. And I have a feeling it might be the other one of that. You cheered pearls up.
When I found out that little girl, the first thing she asked was about her cousin Mayor Faye.
Really?
If Richard burnt down, she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearly.
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. It's milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth.
What a sweet story, Sniff.
Where was Godo when the first one took place? Okay. So we need to find a hole in the story when... Wait.
Objection!
Mr. Godo. First time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into that Inner Temple. It's long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll? But, Mr. Godo was right. The scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Yeah. I know you know who that is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What was that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But what? Why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more a condiment to the culprit. Much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godo, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Taking a look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that is the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. Like, so if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess it's a picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Godo described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godo, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place.
Can I ask you just,
Can I ask you just one thing, Tribes?
What is it?
The whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That if I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed...
that's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Godo knew about the plan.
Huh? What did you say? It's really possible for another person knew. Is it really possible that another player doesn't knew about the plan?
Well, yes, because the letter was opened already. The one from What's Her Face.
Take that!
The crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple.
And you still insist the crafty killer is me?
You bet I did.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right, yeah. The Godo couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, when was that?
During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit to the detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, prosecutors such as Mr. Godo.
Order. Mr. Godo, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are...
There we go. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet at the same time we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during the jail visit when he learned of the hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life, and he did all this just to protect this witness.
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godo? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Man. Guess you were doing your best to cover for Godo. The same reason, huh?
Okay, Twig, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
Well, what's this?
It's one person who lies in the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together explains it. Well, because he's the ex-partner of her, so I'm assuming it's her.
Take that!
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Maya Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey?
Mia Fey?
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godo is a defense attorney?
With your honest, piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godo. His real name is Diego Armando, is it not? Or is that right?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Fox killed himself.
Mia. You can't cry yet. Sorry, wrong voice. Her voice is...
It's the bear, yeah. You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial and we met at the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in the courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. Very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official report ever called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle I even regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. The woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ah, good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, There wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
Someone like me, someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor.
May I ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Wright.
Huh? Me?
I hadn't drank that stupid poison. Mia Fey would never have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one there to protect her. You let her die. It was all your fault.
Apologies for that. It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living? She goes by the name of Mia Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Kura village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
And that's how you overheard Pearl's visits with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near, since I knew about the plan, and I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan, and I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Kura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how did you contact my mother?
She had been missing for almost 20...
She's been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yeah.
What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
You mentioned it. You did say something to that, right?
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded a great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong a resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
The staff, the one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the final time at the Kura Temple. That's when your mother showed me a special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearl's, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Delia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearlie,
Oh yeah, she was the same voice, wasn't she? Well, Pearl, what are we gonna do tonight?
Well,
If you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing a part in Morgan's plan. But she She never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Delia Hawthorne into her own body.
What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Delia Hawthorne so Pearl Frey wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved by Delia Hawthorne. Or from Delia Hawthorne. Anyway, that's all I'm gonna admit to. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. Just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are two possible suspects right now, Mayor Faye, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Kodo.
Well, Wright, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godel. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Yeah, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Mayor, testify.
Miss Faye, have your testimony, please.
It's the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. Those red lights, I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Well, things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
That blood. Is it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. That's when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and the movement. And also the smell of blood. I witnessed more horror than any young lady should have ever in one life. Then what'd you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out, the whole area went dark.
They just went out?
Yeah, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What does that mean?
The red lights were coming from Godo's mask and they went out right in the middle of the fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out, right?
Sorry.
Or maybe the batteries ran out, right?
Maybe the little red pinheads looking at the lights just stopped working.
What do you mean by just at that moment? The moment when the red lights went out?
Yeah, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Oh, cat is lying on my keyboard again. 1 second.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then that scream came from the killer?
It's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
There's a contradiction because it's gonna be the dagger with a bit of blood on it. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions were almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she'd already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade, the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. Everything that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
You're so sure
about that? Then don't keep us waiting any longer, Wright. Dahlia Hawthorne had been stabbed in the back with a staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer?
It's the dagger with a little bit of blood on it. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck in a pine tree.
Yeah, the detective found it this...
Sorry.
Yeah, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. She managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Because he let out this...
Because he let out a scream don't mean he's wounded. For all we know, the blood of that dagger could have been from the victim.
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying this blood on the dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godo, it proved that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Twite.
Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Let me ask you something, Twite. Let's just say it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? Huh? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by the detective who and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought the dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes, what does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade and planted another person's blood on it.
That can't be.
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, right? That blood, it don't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
In any event, it seems established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Hey, wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Yeah?
This dagger, you said it wounded the killer,
That's right.
but if Mr. Goldo really had been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Mayor? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the temple team got trapped there. Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed, the police headed for the inner temple. Mr. Goldo was already there waiting for him. He never got a chance to change his clothes. Order in the court.
Objection!
What the witness says is,
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
but no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That we wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
It's impossible, Wright.
That's impossible, Troy. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen stiff. So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mayor Faye were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Come on, Tread, can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Goldo of being the killer. Can you prove it if you've got one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether or not I can prove it. Fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you wanted.
That's good. I'll fight out till it's spelt wrong. Till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for unlimited penalty?
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Goldo? Doesn't matter to me, I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break, you got nothing, Troy.
Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got.
One thing I've demonstrated in previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. This was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he'd been cut by a dagger, there should have been blood stained his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say? Hidden?
Oh, it's gonna be on him.
I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do need to know is, you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Wright? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're hiding the wind.
It's beneath your mask.
During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Yoda, would you mind removing your mask? You have a dagger wound under there somehow. And I'd say this whole case is solved.
Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding a bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept on living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godo.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person who could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
You yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape the harshness of reality. I couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind the mask, I threw away my true name. Couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? You talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what was left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw a silhouette, part of me must have just known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade and it was like dreaming. Not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was I something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me for 6 years? Well, 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now I don't know anything no more. I did learn something today, however. finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, fantasy. Stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Maya's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godo.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound is bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red don't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Mayor. Only one time a lawyer can cry is when it's over.
This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor?
although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I was willing to cooperate anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize?
To me? Well, for what?
In the case 5 years ago. Of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not at all surprising. The two of you. You hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. Next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Dog Swallow was killed. No way, it can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You? You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... my sister. From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for, I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. So that's why you came to me? Came to get the bottle pendant back from me, in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about our plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. It
was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Just what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life or mine. Iris? After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings toward you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes, you really are the person I thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I've ever had. Think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to ruin the murder of the victim, Elsie Dunham. At some point, I expect you to be tried for a role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the trial of murder, I hereby found the defendant. Cue the ticker tape.
Oh, we don't get ticker tape this time.
Court is now adjourned.
Oh, that's a shame. We don't get ticker tape on the final case. Oh, it sucks. Oh well. Justice really served. Of course justice was served.
Maya.
I am proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Yeah? You accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal, thank you. Yeah. I'm sure we'll meet again, someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things, and along this journey I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? Suppose today's case but just one possible answer.
Nick.
Maya.
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Maya, what did she say?
That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
What?
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too? We owe you for everything you've ever done for us, Nick.
Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? So brutally attacked, so your mother murdered.
Ouch.
Francesca.
Still as soft as always, Phoenix Wright.
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth, sorry, wrong accent. Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Edgeworth and Francesca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river, caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering with his fever. Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francesca.
I don't suppose. Oh god, it's him.
There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry.
What's with their longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of use to anyone, not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Oh, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Huh?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I was gone for good.
No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? Hey.
Why are you making that face, Edgy?
Oh, well, yeah, indeed, yeah. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance.
Really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? What?
My beauty can't be possibly captured by mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it as worth something.
Well, you'll do it, like you promised. You're gonna model for my next picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trick.
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl was a pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls?
Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened.
Yeah. Okay, drink for that.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes now exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one who was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone who was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's the person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Nice one.
I think I'm starting to understand too.
Ow.
And tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Mayor Faye being strong for?
Part of me wants to say him, but it's probably her.
Pearl Faye.
Poor kid, after all, the reason she worked so hard to follow instructions is because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan.
It's for the good of the Faye clan.
I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya, that's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya.
It's a cruel irony that her exuberance had led to his tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself put into the deepest peril imaginable. Oh, hey, this is where you are. This is where you all were. Wow, it looks like we got some pretty punchy today. Oh, what was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective?
What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out there now, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary just kinda gone down each teensy-weensy bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at the First Gas French restaurant tonight. Ah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective.
Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Where else? Come on, let's go, everyone. We can't keep Maggie waiting, pal.
Hey, you.
Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too. Forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the same loser shack eating potatoes.
Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what did I do? Pearlie, can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
I bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too. I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she's been been badly hurt by this incident. She is responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do now?
Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick?
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. A lot of celebrating to do tonight, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, you're the owl. Very well, Phoenix Wright. Go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Yard.
You won't.
But, where do we even look? What could Pulley have got?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to.
Kura Temple?
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's that? You're all back again so soon? Is this the bikini? I thought it'd be in mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here.
So she's here. Burley's here. She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Oh, okay. Burley's not here. May hang and scroll. Someone clean it off.
Mystic Maya!
Pearly. Why'd you just leave it like that? Why'd you just leave like that?
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's my fault that Mystic Maya's mother...
That's why you came out here?
It's the least I can do to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearly. Wasn't your fault, you didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad my mother's gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy.
You don't have to lie to make me feel better.
No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Every one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do.
Mystic Maya,
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini?
Sorry, Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you that she said to me that night, after dishonoring the good name of Kura, and I don't have the right to face my daughter.
But still, the mayor's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me till the day I die, huh? It's a rule or something all masters have to follow, isn't it? Never take a charm off until the day you die?
that's the master's talisman.
Thing that Misty kept by her heart and wouldn't take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents.
That's
a photo.
Mother.
It's only natural for living creatures to protect their own lives, but what it takes as human is we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of life's worth. Defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over and our bonds that connect us are severed, It was returned time and time again. Mia, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Mia's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. Ah? It's a day to remember, and a day where a lot of things will finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Ah, go on, sweetie. Come back for training anytime.
Okay.
Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and it won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. Make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. Alright. We're gonna have a great feast tonight, Burley. You know why? Because training is the battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Mayor, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
So you know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? One of us, Nick, next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh? Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally.
It's a great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Mayor, wouldn't you? Even walk on the hot coals, right?
We have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can just say one little thing.
Sure, of course you can.
Oh, I'd love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
And there we are, the final end of Phoenix Wright Trilogy. Although I've still got the outro to do.
I really have to work extra hard now. Master Corain and the office manager are writing cold law offices. I have to be a good big sister to Pearlie and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Well, again, anyway. I'm gonna have to feeble attempt to remember the accent before the character's gone.
So it's true, Mr. Nick and Mr. Mayor's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
She just controlled the diary or something, because Jesus Christ, that girl books so many things.
Hey, Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger, and I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. Guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
Well, sure. Don't even remember what we had for the boys from Maggie before, so yeah.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Corain exhibit was a great success. You and I got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said I must show you what I've learned.
Doesn't sound dodgy at all. Right. Who's next? Oh god, him, I can't remember his accent.
This year I've started a company called Master Mass Consulting.
We're dedicated to stopping the
Evil bands of criminals and cities. Our motto is cut it out, please!
Pretty cute, huh?
Well, we're almost selling plans for criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe where the worst comes.
Oh god, don't remember what other characters were in this series. What other characters were in this series?
Oh, I remember I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigra. So I lent him $50,000 for a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Wouldn't throw compromise.
I remember her voice. She was the creepiest fuck voice.
I was an old and in the way, wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing, 69 years old and crying like a baby with a dirty diaper.
As usual, we have abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Egg. I hope everyone will get along. His name is, Adam Mada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
I don't get it, but okay. Gonna pretend it's a joke I get.
My, more reporters. Says the mother, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines just like us because provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. Can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Wahaha, oh, jiggly FaceTime.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. So sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when that little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Voice. Oh, now it tells me all the voices all the way through, even though... Oh, I imagine it's just the objection sounds. Alright, okay, well...
Objection!
I forgot about him.
What's this? I'm back from a long tiring vacation. No one here to greet me. Guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security job is this supposed to be anyway? With all these flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? I'll bring them over to Edgypool and exactly what I saw in them. Got this easy, say something fragile. Oh, I can't read anymore. She's talking too quick again.
He's finally found something I love to do. Franzi's whippity-whip trip is gonna turn the outboard on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. But a loser after all.
Right, executive producer, so it must be near the end. Right, well, I think that's us. Reached the actual end. Saving content. That is us, reached the end of Phoenix Wright. Well, I'm going to go now, and I'm going to go and rest my voice. But before I go, we will have a new game on Thursday. I do not know what it will be at the moment. I will work that out tomorrow, probably. But until then, you all take care. Friday we're back with The Forest, and then Phasmo. Sunday we'll be doing Resident Evil Revelations 2, which will be equally silly. And then next week will be whatever game we start on Thursday. We'll probably finish either next week or the week after. Alright, so that is the end of Phoenix Wright. Let us close the book and say thank you for everyone for watching along. Y'all take care now. See you later.